Hello, this is Corey Davis. It's time to start the Giants trivia. I got my man YTC.
What's going down, Corey? What's going down?
How you doing?
How you doing this day, Corey?
I'm doing good. And
Anything?
thank you for doing this today.
No problem.
It makes it easier to just do 49ers than do.
Yeah, because you don't want to switch back and forth with the books. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it kind of gets complicated, I guess, for you.
David McNiner, what's up? Okay, before I start, John Jay and David, reason why I sent you my address is because if case of emergency, like I'm on here and something happened to me, you be able to call 911 and say, "Oh, he's at this address." Because I've been having kind of dreams that I'd fall out doing a podcast and nobody knew where I was. So I said, you know what? I better send some people to see me almost every time on my podcast.
Oh my god! What's up, John J?
My address.
Hopefully, I get to see the Seymour.
Okay, so the first question: which Hall of Fame quarterback did the Which Hall of Fame quarterback did the Giants acquire from the Minnesota Vikings? They traded him back to the Vikings 5 years later. A. Earl Murrow. B.
Oh, I think I might know this. Hang on.
Fran Tarkenton. C. Craig Morton. D. Wyatt Tittle.
I'm going to go with B. Frank Tarkenton.
Okay.
I think it might have been in the 70s. I think so, yeah. I remember Tarkenton used to play for us, but that's what I heard through the record files. So I'm going to go with Tarkenton, I think.
Okay, also might send me a private message.
And because he played for Minnesota, so yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm putting my answers in the private chat, so when you could look back on the stream, you can keep track. Okay. I put 1B so far to keep track of my answers.
Okay, number 2.
All right.
The Giants lost to the Chicago Bears in 1963 NFL championship game. Okay. It was their 5th defeat in the title game in 6 years. A, true. B, false.
I'm going to go with false.
So you're going with B.
Yeah, 2B. Back-to-back Bs. Double Bs. Double BBs.
Phil Simmons, number 3, Phil Simmons was demoted. Oh, okay, here we go.
Oh, Phil Simmons?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, Phil Simmons, okay.
Was demoted to third-string quarterback in 1983. Which two quarterbacks were promoted by the Giants? A. Dave Brown and Kent Graham. B. Jeff Hostetler and Mike Bush.
Or D.
C. D? Joe. Let me spell his last name. It's hard to say. Joe Piscik. Pisarcik.
Piscardi, I think.
Yeah, and Randy Dean. And then D, Scott Brunner and Jeff Rutledge.
I'm going to go with D because I knew Scott Brunner replaced him at some point when he was struggling. I'm going to go with D, I think. Scott Brunner.
Okay. So you're taking the D.
Okay. First time taking it. All right, let me put the answer. So it's that was question 3, right?
Yep.
All right, 3D. All right.
What's up, Nathan
3D.
Z?
3D.
Okay. 4. Which free agent quarterback guided the Giants to the Super Bowl? I can't do X, 3X, and 1V.
Wait, what?
The Super Bowl, X, 3Xs, and 1V.
Is that a true? That's not even a multiple choice question?
It's going to be a multiple choice. It says, which free agent quarterback guided the Giants to Super Bowl XXV after being signed as a free agent 2 previous seasons? Okay.
So Super Bowl 25?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not good at the...
No, because it's XX25, XXV, right? Yeah. How many X's are there?
3X.
Oh, 35. Okay.
35. Okay.
Okay, 35. Got you.
Will it be Dave Brown, B, Kurt Warner, C, Kerry Collins, or D, Danny Cornell?
C is Kerry Collins. Yeah. 4C?
Yeah.
Kerry Collins. Well, yeah, John would have helped me out anyways, but yeah, well, thanks. I see the comments, but yeah. He got it. All right, I got my answer down. I put it in the private chat.
Okay. Number 5. Which one of the following quarterbacks did the Giants draft with their first pick in the 2004 NFL Draft?
Oh, wow. Just
A, Eli Manning, B, Philip Rivers, C, Phil Simms, or D, Jeff Hostetler?
Philip Rivers? Yeah, Philip Rivers.
Philip Rivers, C?
Yeah, Philip Rivers, 5C.
Oh, you're starting off good. Here, let me see. Oh, you only look right now. You only miss 1.
I'm at 5C right now, but you could. I guess you'll tell me on Sunday since you do the Sunday results show, anyways.
Yep.
All right, 10 more to go.
Okay. 6.
Gotcha.
What type of car was Giant quarterback Cal? Oh boy, Luetti.
Cal who?
Cal Lautta. Luetti.
Kyle Lauletta. Oh yeah. Wow, Kyle Lauletta is. Oh no, not
driving when he was pulled over and arrested for excluding police in 2018. A, Hummer, B, Porsche, C, Ferrari, or D, Jaguar?
Repeat that again.
Which word was that? A, Hummer, B, Porsche, C, Ferrari, or D, Jaguar?
I'm thinking because I don't know which car it is. This one's harder because this is something outside of football. Yeah, I remember who Kyle Lauletta was. I'm thinking. At this point, gun to my head, I'm gonna go with the Hummer. I don't know.
I would not. I'm sorry, you're gonna be wrong on this one. is easy Hummer. A. Know which one was it? You should have took D.
Oh wow.
I
don't. But you're asking me for a specific car. I don't remember what the car was. I knew he was in an accident. I don't know what car was he in. Especially for a third string quarterback, but whatever. All right, 7.
Okay, here we go. Let me.
It's not Jaguar, it's Jaguar. Yeah, Jaguar. Jaguar. Joe Wire. You mean Joe Wire? Forgot to add the G at the end. First, Jaguar.
Yeah, it was the Jaguar.
Oh, damn. Whatever.
Number 7. The Giants posted a 4-12 record in 1986, which was their best regular season record since the NFL began playing in 16-game schedule in 1978. A, true. B, false.
Repeat that again.
The Giants posted a 14-2 record in 1986, which was their best regular season record since the NFL began playing in 16-game schedule in 1978. True or false?
Oh, true.
A or B? True. A.
Yeah, that's the year we went to the Super Bowl and we decimated the crap out of the Broncos. We decimated Denver that game. So, yeah.
Okay, let's see what they say in the chat.
Punished all over Elway.
CYTC, there's no hiding from the
D. Joe Stevens. Joe Stevens. I thought he said the same thing too. For a second, I thought it was like, I'm like 4-12. What do you mean? Never mind. Looks like somebody's trying to play along. But yeah.
7A D.
No, but I got 7 for me. 7 true, yeah. A. All right, number 8.
Okay, number 8.
Mm-hmm.
Which CBS television series did Phil Simms make a cameo appearance in 2014 as a consultant in the art of knife throwing? A. Criminal Minds. B. Blue Bloods. C. Elementary. Or D. The Mentalist.
Repeat that.
The questions or the answers. Okay. Which CBS television series did Phil Simms make a cameo appearance in 2014 as a consultant in the art of knife throwing? A. Criminal Minds. B. Blue Bloods. C. Elementary. Or D. The Mentalist.
I'm gonna go with Elementary. I don't think he was on a Criminal Minds or Blue Bloods episode.
Elementary.
Yes, 8C.
C. Okay, let me see what the.
All right, I took 8C for the Giants, but yeah. All right.
Okay. Ooh, man.
You know, because I don't recall any Criminal Minds episodes since I watched it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, 9.
9. Which former University of Michigan All-American quarterback led the Giants to 11-3 record in 1933 and set up the NFL record at the time with 973 passing yards. A. Hap Moran. B. Harry Newman. C. Jack McBride. Or D. Benny Freeman.
Repeat the multiple choice.
A. Hap Moran. B. Harry Newman. C. Jack McBride. Or D. Benny Freeman.
I'm gonna go with Harry Newman. Just sound gig.
Harry Newman.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going with the B.
Yeah. 9B. Newman. Nine through 15 is the D. So guys, what's the over and under? The answer is D for the next 6 questions. I think it's 6.5 under, or no, 5.5 over, or 5.5 under.
Okay, number 10.
All right.
Which Giants quarterback was sacked by Washington Redskins defensive end Bruce Smith for his 999th career sack, which set the NFL record for the most sacks in the league history? A. Phil Simms. B. Kurt Warner. C. Kerry Collins. Or D. Jesse Palmer.
Hang on, repeat that again. Bruce Smith did what?
Which Giants quarterback was sacked by the Washington Redskins defensive end? Hold on.
All right.
Hello?
Hey, Corey, this is Roy Benford returning your call.
Yes, I was calling to see how can people get in contact with you? Is this the best number for them to call for you?
Right, this is my cell phone.
Okay.
I got it now.
And I told them they could go on. My brother told them on Xeon.
All right.
Xeon. What's it called?
What your brother? I'm sorry.
The website.
Oh, it's on Hot Pass.
High Pass. Okay.
So did somebody contact you trying to reach me?
Yeah.
Okay, I talked to some people yesterday.
Excuse me.
But the number they put in the system isn't a working number. I've been trying to contact them. I sent them an email.
Here's a lady.
There's a lady trying to reach me.
Yeah.
Did she leave her number?
Yeah. Let me see. Hold on.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm just getting my charger. That's why I hit my back with the keyboard. Just need to put my computer to charge because I was editing like crazy before I entered the stream.
It's area code 510.
What's up? What's up, Brian?
672.
Okay.
6330. And her name is Sandra.
Just gotta connect my computer and chargers.
Mm-hmm.
Has she seen the place?
Yes, she saw it this morning.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll give her a call now and talk with her.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Corey.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty.
See you there.
Family, ain't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to rent downstairs down. Okay, what's your answer?
So what's the multiple choice? I know what the question is.
Phil Simms, A. B. Kurt Warner, C. Kerry Collins, or D. Jesse Palmer.
I remember now. It's Palmer. Yeah, 10D. Everybody, I'm taking the D. Finally taking the D.
Okay.
Oh, Joe Stevens. My Twitter's Mr. YTC 1990. Yeah, I have an Instagram and I have a Twitter, but yeah. I can go ahead and type it down from my phone. Let me pull up my phone before you get to the next question. I'll just type it in the chat. I'm gonna go through my phone so I can type it in the comment section.
What's up, Big Bob Jones? Yeah, I just
Oh,
go
you
through
got it
the
already.
chat.
Never mind. All right, he got me. I'll follow you back once this stream's over, but yeah. All right, we can get back to the thing now.
Okay.
All right, thanks for the follow. But anyways, back to the question.
Okay. Which Hall of Famer quarterback did Ali Manning replace during the 2004 season?
Oh, Eli Manning, not Ali Manning.
Oops, Eli Manning. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Replaced during the 2004 season. A. Phil Simms. B. Kerry Collins. Or C. Kurt Warner. Or D. Fran Tarkenton.
Kurt Warner, easy.
Kurt Warner.
11C, yo.
11C.
Placed him, and then he started his first game versus Atlanta. So yeah, 4.
Okay. Number 12. We got 3 more questions left after this one.
Mm-hmm.
Backup signal caller Ryan Nasbill was the 5 for 5 for 68 yards and 1 touchdown in a lopsided loss to the Minnesota Vikings in 2015 and finished with a perfect 158.3 passer rating. True or false?
Wait, repeat that again in 2015? What did we do?
Okay, it says backup signal caller Ryan
Nassib. Okay.
Nasbitt was 5 for 5 for 68 yards and 1 touchdown in a lopsided loss to the Minnesota Vikings in 2015 and finished with a pocket perfect 158.3 pass rating. True, A, true, or B, false?
I gotta remember this game. I'm gonna go with false. I don't recall. I don't know if I remember or not. I know we got blown the hell out that game. We were down 49-17. Yeah, it was a tricky one for me. I haven't heard that name in a while. Ryan Nassib. I know his brother, obviously, who came out. Obviously.
Okay. 13. Which of the following quarterbacks was the first Giant to pass for 4,000 yards in a single season? A. Dave Brown. B. Phil Simms. C. Craig Morton. Or D. Fran Tarkenton.
This is another hard. Oh, crap. What's the answer again? What's the multiple choice?
A. Dave Brown. B. Phil Simms. C. Craig Morton. Or D. Fran Tarkenton.
Gun to my head. Something's telling me it's going to be, just to play it safe, I might be wrong about this one. I'll go with Phil Simms.
Okay, B. Okay, 2 more. Which journeyman quarterback who was acquired in a trade for Fran Tarkenton had his best season in 1972, which he led the league in completion percentage? A. Earl Morrall, B. Gary Wood, C. Joe Pacific, Pisarcik, or
Can you repeat that
D.
again? Or
A.
okay.
Pisacik,
Okay.
or D. Norm Snead.
I'm gonna go with D. Norm Snead. So 14D.
14D.
Yeah, Norm Snead.
Yep. Okay, last one. What type of medical condition in the throwing arm caused 1953 seconds around pick Eddie Carter to decline a contract with the Giants? A nerve problem, B, rotor cuff, or C, wrist tendonitis, or D, tennis elbow?
I'm gonna go with. This is just for the sake of it. I'm probably gonna be wrong, but I'm gonna take the D one last time. Tennis elbow. A tennis elbow.
Okay. That was the last one.
Yep. All right. Whew. Got tricky at the end. I'll tell you that much. Got very tricky.
Okay, let me see what these comments.
It got very tricky at the end.
Yep.
I'm about to follow you now, Joe Stevens. Now I'm done with this trick. I made it on my phone. All right.
What's up, Brian? Brian, if you wasn't in here, I sent you my emergency contact in case of emergency. Like if you see me on some
All right, let me follow him back.
you could dial 911 and send them to me.
Let me go ahead and go on Twitter, follow him back. All right, followed you back. Got those second Seahawks fan I just met.
Oh, yeah, he did. Hi, Lauren. 10D, okay.
Yeah, they're just playing along as well. That's all they were doing. I put my answers in the private chat so you can rewatch the stream and jot it down from the private chat.
Yeah.
Just to make it easier for you.
Okay. Are y'all ready for me to put the link in the chat and y'all can come in and we just do a little hangout?
Mm-hmm. I'll stay for a few minutes because then I'm probably going to go talk with Tiro. I got to go talk to him about something.
Okay.
He's live right now, but yeah. I'll stay for a few minutes just to holler at the people coming in. But yeah. It's just basketball talk we got going on. That's practically it.
Coming in, John J.
What's up?
Joe Stevens.
What up, Corey? How you doing?
Hey.
What's up, fellas?
Bryant Cup.
Hey, Corey.
Just correct like that.
Hey.
Hey, Joe, John, YTC. What's happening?
Brian, what's going down?
So
No
Corey,
border sports.
so
Yo,
Corey,
yo.
Damn,
So
who
Corey-
let no border sports,
Yes.
man?
when I woke up and saw that message, I was a little bit, oh my gosh, are you all right? So I'm
Yeah.
glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
okay. I'm just I had a dream. I've been having a couple of dreams about me falling out doing a
Waking up randomly at night
podcast.
when you're falling? I don't know.
No, I had a dream that I was on podcast
Okay.
and I felt out like, and
He lost
you guys
consciousness.
like yeah. And y'all
Mhm.
guys like Corey, but you couldn't get me. But
Oh, you're talking
nobody
about the other
knew
stream.
nobody
Painted.
knew my house address, but they knew, like John Jay knew I stay in Richmond.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like,
Next time, Corey, if I'm you, just have like a bottle of water right next to you if you feel any nauseous.
Yeah.
If you feel any dehydrated or anything, yeah, just there's a water bottle next to you.
yeah. So that's why I say I want to send at least 3 people my address. So if I remember, they see me, they know. Because I've been watching some TV shows too. That's what made me think about this lady.
Okay.
She on 911. She really, I don't know if she broke into the house or whatever she did. She's like act like she lived there, and she went in the sauna room, and she was a video, like always doing videos, and, and she went in there and she fell, and her face kind of got burned by the fell in the sauna room, and like it took 911 a long time because they had to find where she was at because they couldn't just go with her name because it wasn't the right place because she really didn't live there. And so they ended up getting in contact with the mom and dad of that lady, but they found out what kind of car she drove, and so they saw on her video like the area. So that's why.
The little one, yeah. All good, Brian?
Yeah, she just come in, and I was having fun with Joe right there. He wanted to see a hat or two.
So
Yep.
that's why.
Corey, what you sent me, I'll definitely be paying attention. And all of us has kind of had our own kind of conversation on the side. We haven't directly said it, but we're all trying to watch out for you. So if we see some weird stuff, we'll be calling you. And I've messaged you a couple times before the stream when you went late a couple times because I was concerned too. And we've been in the private chat too and saying, hey, where's Corey at? So if you don't come in at the right time, then we're going to be calling you. 1010, dial what, 1010-220?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Or just have a life alert on your body, right next to you.
That's what my dad used to do. He just wear it as a necklace.
Mm-hmm.
And just tap that one button so you can get assistance, yeah.
Like my grandmother in 1998, she passed away before my grandfather. In 1998, she went to the emergency room, and that was the last time I got to speak to her. It still affects me today, but when I was like a little boy and we lived in like this raggedy apartment in San Francisco, she fell 4 times, and one of the times she cracked her skull, and she bled out, and I was awake, and that like things like that, it's not fun. So, so I do worry about that, Corey. And I don't want that to happen to you.
Yeah, especially on stream when we're all here just helplessly trying to help you out.
I've seen it, and it's not fun. So,
God forbid, Corey, one stream, we see you faint that badly, you have trouble getting up, and then we're just helplessly, trying to wake you up and whatnot. I don't want to ever, being that.
On my cell phone, and I rarely put people I do not know. I got Corey's phone number, and you can type in like email, and you can also put Twitter, Instagram, or whatever, and address. So I got that saved on my phone just in case. So yeah, just wanted to say that.
Corey, just keep that button on your neck.
I don't have that kind of button. I don't have that.
Oh, you don't?
No.
You should get it.
Should get it, yeah.
No joke. That stuff saves people. I mean, my dad, that button saved him quite a few times because he can't get to his cell phone,
I was coaching baseball in 2014, and we were in the playoff game. And one of the parents, looked normal, like like I was a fit man.
All right.
Very young. He was barely 40.
See you guys.
YTC.
YTC. And then one day his wife screams and she says, "John Jay." And I turn around and this healthy, normal man and his son, who's at second base, gets off the base and runs. And, he gets tagged out, but he doesn't care anymore. And he runs. So I go over there and he's like, "Dad, why are you not wearing your life alert? This is the second time." And I was like, second time? And, so that was scary, and the other team was like everybody was so shocked what was going on. So, oh man, that was scary. So anyone, doesn't matter if you're fit, doesn't matter if you're a little bit overweight, it doesn't matter. When that happens, that happens. And that's why, I get 6 to 7 hours of sleep every night. So yeah, I don't stay up, too late. I exercise, I eat as healthy as possible, no matter what, so that's why when I wake up, I'm saying I'm blessed and I'm lucky to be alive.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got it.
Cool. I thought you would. I was going to say, I wanted to ask YTC if he got to see the Pat McAfee show today. He had Eli Manning. I know that's his hero. So,
Bro, I hated Eli until the Monday Night Manning cast. And I was like, you know what? I actually kind of like Eli. I kind of like Eli now. I never really thought he had much of a personality, but I kind of like him. How about you guys?
Yeah, I don't like Eli. I didn't like Eli from the time that he played with San Diego and was like, I don't want to play there, and got traded. I don't think that's right. I think you got to go where they say you got to go, But
so do you hate John Elway too?
I'm not a Bronco fan, but now I didn't really root for the Broncos either. The only time I started rooting for the Broncos was in the Super Bowl those last 2 years. But,
why don't we just call them the Ponies?
Yeah. Elway was a good quarterback, but yeah.
So Brian, are you saying you hate someone?
No, I don't hate really anybody, but I'm not a big fan.
He strongly dislikes John Elway.
Yeah.
And Eli Manning.
Elway's okay, but Eli Manning, I didn't like that because it was like right then, I think I was in high school at the time or junior high when it came. I think maybe beginning of high school. I was a freshman maybe when that came out. And I was just like, because he got drafted, 04?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was in high school. I just didn't think that was right. I was just like, and then like we had Alex Smith, and that just really didn't make me feel any better about the whole situation. I'm like, how's this guy get to pick where he wants to go? And the guy who was crying during the draft, Aaron Rodgers said he wanted to come here, and it didn't work out for him. So why is this guy getting to cry and it works out for him? I was just like, that just bothered me. But after he beat us in the championship game, that just kind of made me feel a little bit more about him.
So Brian, can I ask you a question? Have you seen that that NFL documentary about why John Elway did what he did?
No, I might have briefly seen it because I know John Elway was talking about going back and playing baseball, and I think he didn't want to go to the Colts, right? He got drafted by the Colts, right?
Yeah, so I don't know what happened, but John Elway was very opposed to go to Indianapolis or whatever team had the number 1 pick that year.
Baltimore.
And he hired not an agent, he hired a sports lawyer, which I didn't know that's possible. And the sport lawyer told John Elway, listen, as an attorney, you have 32 teams who are going to bid for you. Why should you settle for the Indianapolis Colts? So the lawyer made up an excuse. He's a Californian boy. You know, he would rather play for the Niners or the Chargers, any team out in the West Coast. And they know, like, all the rumors, California people are soft, yada, yada. And the lawyer was like, we were playing a game. We were playing a game, and we were trying to show the NFL that any player can opt out of being number 1 and they can go anywhere else. So then they used that example with the Eli Manning. But Eli Manning made it very clear he just hated San Diego for some reason. So,
and we still don't know why. No one's ever said why.
So, I think it was the ownership. I think they didn't get along with the ownership.
Spanos.
And Spanos. It was right on the tip of my tongue. Alex Spanos is big supporter. Well, passed away now, but big supporter of Stockton. Built all kinds of stuff, major construction business, and he bought the Chargers. And a long time he wanted to buy the 49ers. That's one reason the Niners ended up coming to Stockton for the training camp, is because he was in so much talks with our owner at that time. He was trying to buy the Niners. And we were doing a lot of joint practices and stuff like that for the following years after that. But he wasn't able to buy the team. So works out for us. I think we have a better, hands-on with the Yorks than with the Spanos.
So it's true that you guys are getting Aaron Rodgers now. We heard that. And I'm kind of scared because it's been a while since the 49ers had a really good quarterback. And I think Aaron Rodgers is really going to take you guys to the next level. What do you guys think about that?
God, you're dumb.
God, I'm dumb.
You should see this tweet thread.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I was like, hey, screw you.
No, you're good. I was actually reading my tweet to Jack Hammer. Yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I kind of took a little bit of flack on the show I was just on a few minutes ago. They are not they're not of that mindset. They don't want Aaron Rodgers because of his attitude. And I really don't care what your attitude is. If you're going to come to the Niners to win a Super Bowl, that's all that I want at the end of the day. I just want another ring, We'll care about your attitude later, because it's all about this year. It's not about next year or 5 years. So
I popped in the right time. I'm sorry I missed the show because at first
look. He's already been practicing.
He got the number and everything.
Shout out to Joe.
Yeah.
So Brian, like your passion, I will tell you this: I will never question your fanhood. Your passion as a Niner fan is just like me. Like, if we get this person, we can go over the top. So I will never question that.
It doesn't always add up, and I understand. There's science and there's math. I get it. But if there's some way, some magical unicorn that brings them into our stadium, I'm not gonna be mad about it. I'm really not. So. We know it's been that like Cinderella story. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, until both of them are out of the league, they're not going to stop talking about it. So we got one out, right? We got to wait just a little longer, and we'll see how long this story continues on.
Let's see.
Okay. What y'all think that Brock Purdy need to work on next season?
His UCL.
Because he said his rookie season he learned some things that he need to work on for next season. What do you guys think? What do you think, No Border Sports?
Oh, sorry, I was going through Twitter. What was the question again?
Okay, Brock Purdy came out and said he needs some things that he need to work on from his rookie season.
Yeah.
And he said he want to work on it during this off season too to get ready for the next season. So,
How
what
is he
things
gonna?
do you?
How is
Things you
he going to
go?
be able to do that? Everything he needs to work on has to do with his arm.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? He needs reps. He needs to work with getting his timing down with people. He needs to, all his mental stuff is there. That's what his upside is. That's essentially that's his processing capability is what Trey Lance is probably lacking, maybe, unless it's the over the middle throws. So to me, like, that's what I saw different. Like, Brock can process things very quickly. So, like, I don't see him being able to work on the things he needs to work on to make himself better. I think his big issues were those 1 to 2 passes a game that were almost interceptions. That's what he needs to work on. And his arm strength. You know what I mean?
Hey, really quickly, Corey, if you don't mind, Nathan Z, 12 is retired. It was John Brody's number that got retired. It's one of the numbers that are officially retired. But when Trent Dilfer came to the 49ers after his Super Bowl season, a couple of years after, I think he came to our team in 2006. I think it might have been 5 or 7. But when he came, he actually got to wear the 12. So they unretired it for him for that one season. He got permission from John Brody. But yes, 12 retired.
So
That's
since Dilfer
stupid.
got permission, they're definitely not giving Rodgers permission.
Gosh, I don't think he'll have to ask. I think he'll just come in and you'll see him walking around with it.
Rodgers not coming here. That's shit.
I saw a photo of him wearing Niners.
Oh yeah,
bring it back,
bro.
Because if the is there, it's true.
You should have seen there was a thumbnail people were talking about yesterday, and Aaron Rodgers was in the same frame as Kyle Shanahan. I mean, it was all the talk of Twitter.
I seen that one with Kirk Cousins. They even stand the same. Kyle stands the same way as Kirk Cousins.
Oh yeah. God, there's been so many horrible wild takes lately. Half Joe and I's show earlier was just all about the crappy wild takes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So John Jay, what you think, John? That Brock Purdy need to work on? Because one thing that No Border Sports said, he said, I know on that video, it said he wants to work with quickness.
So
get the ball quickly.
So for Brock Purdy, what I saw is basically, again, when I watched him play, his bootleg and rollout, I really like that. But he does have to clean that up a little bit. And, so hopefully, he continues to work on that, because Kyle Shanahan likes play action. For whatever the reason, I don't know what happened in the last 2 years, why he took away the play action for Jimmy Garoppolo. But again, Kyle Shanahan, whatever, that's your offense. You do whatever you want. But with Brock Purdy, he rolled out, he escaped. So if he continues to work on that, Kyle Shanahan is going to love that, because our offense does way, wonderful when we're running the play action. One of the things that he does have to work on that I saw was, like some of the throws that he made, like, of course, like there were some throws that were a little bit too high, a little bit too low. So he does have to work a little bit on his accuracy. But besides that, just anyone, you repetition. It's going to get better. So what I'm saying is that I'm not saying he's awful. He just has to clean up his touch. He has to clean up, how he maneuvers when he rolls out. Just clean up, like the issues and he will be even more polished. So that's all he has to just clean up the little, tweaks, and he should be okay.
Hey, Mr. David McNair, how you doing?
What up,
I'm
David?
good, buddy. How about you? How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Oh, it reminds me, just thinking about my dollars. No more this part. Guess what?
What up?
On Friday, I'll be on time on your
Oh.
show, I believe, because I'm going to Dallas early tomorrow. I mean, Friday.
Oh, you got the early shift, huh?
Mhm.
Nice.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
So I should be able to come on
hmm
at 5:00.
Wonderful.
Let me see, Brian. What'd you think?
I think Brock Purdy needs to develop his legs a little bit more. He has to have the biggest legs on the team. I'm talking about, he's competing right now with Bosa, right? For leg strength, right? He's got to go over the top. And I think if that's what he does, then that's probably all he needs to do, because everything has been said. He's got mental. The reps are going to come back. His arms already, healthy. He just
What?
he needs bigger quads, man. He needs to be
What?
he needs to walk out on the field, and Bosa needs to be like, damn, I got to go back in there and train more. Everybody knows Purdy's got big legs, man. So that's what I think he's got to work on. Get back in there to the weight room and start lifting with your legs.
Brian, I've never heard anybody go, you know what I want for my starting quarterback? I need a big set of quads.
Hey, front foundation. I mean, who's going to knock him over, right? And he's already right there. So he just got to get over Bosa. If he can, I don't know, maybe train with Bosa for a couple weeks, and then once he knows what he's doing, his regiment, what he needs to eat, break away, and then just start doing it like double time without Bosa. And I think he can take us to the top.
I don't. I think
Wow.
I'll have plenty of time to work on his legs, honestly. Because
I know.
That's a little bit of a joke, but a
Wow.
lot of people have said since he's been injured, he has shrunken. He's not as big as he was. So he's definitely got to get back
Okay,
in.
Joe Stevens.
Wow.
what? Sorry.
Oh, okay, Joe Stevens. I'm going to ask you, what do Geno Smith got to work on next season?
Just continue to get better. I know that sounds super cliche, but I think you just saw him progressing so much. As I think he's got a better deep ball than people give him credit for. I think maybe just making quick decisions is a thing that he needs. He's pretty mobile, right? I think just the quick decisions need to be a little bit better. I think he holds on to the ball a little bit too long.
I think that's where his accuracy goes off too. Like he's late and he has to force it instead of making a good throw, with good timing that you normally would. Because sometimes his accuracy is not consistent, and sometimes he's on. You know what I'm saying? So it's that, but I think you're right there.
Being more in rhythm, and I think. Oh, what's up, Jazz?
What up, Jazz? I'm giving a
East
peace
Coast.
sign. I ain't even got the camera on. I'm no, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, bro. I could see my no BS thing, bro. I could see my thing talking.
I know. And did you remember when George Kittle was interviewed after I think the Commanders game, and Brock Purdy was supposed to throw the ball to Ray McLeod?
Yes.
And he kind of overthrew it, but George Kittle was at the same exact area, and it was just luck. So I'm not saying that it was a lucky touchdown. Shout out to George Kittle for being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
At the right time.
George knew exactly what was going on in that coverage, and he immediately took off down the field, knowing where the end point was. You know what I'm saying? He was like, "Nope, we're gonna get this." So I was wondering if that time that was George trying to come out and be the diva. You know what I mean? What if he was trying to make his shoot his shot to be the go-to guy on the team You know what I mean? That's what I was wondering.
Okay, David McNiner. I was looking at a video today, and it says some things that Brock Purdy need to work on. What do you think? Things that you think he has to work on for next season?
Well, I mean, let's see. You know, what can he improve on? So, number one, arm
What up,
strength.
Bort?
Arm strength would be nice. A little more, be able to get the ball, a little more zip on the ball, getting into tight windows faster. Pocket awareness, I'm going to say, for just from the injury, because if he knew JJ Redick was coming, chances are he would have stepped up or tried to split or tried to slip out. And decision making was pretty good. He goes through his reads properly, not like James Garoppolo would go through them way too fast. He would miss guys. That's pretty much it. Unless he can get taller and a lot stronger, that you can get stronger, but you can't get taller. So
What do you think, Corey?
I think Brock Purdy needs to worry about more getting healthy, getting where he can throw that ball. Still worried about right now. I like what Doughboy said in the beginning when I asked him. Concentrate on getting that arm healed. Concentrate on that. Then once you get that taken care of, and then we can work on the other stuff that you think you need to improve on. That's what I would say.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
If you were to take any player from the Seahawks and put it on the 49ers roster, who would you take?
Anybody from the Seahawks roster.
For free. You don't have to pay him no contract. Just contract aside, who do you want on your team?
I would love. I would love to have Lockett.
Yeah.
Because I think he's a fast receiver runner. And he'd always seem the one to give us more trouble than what's his name? DK. I don't know why mine go blank when I try to think of names, and it's real easy to say.
No, I got you. You take Lockett then, probably.
Yeah, the DK. He also, people could frustrate him, and he cause you penalties.
15 yards, yeah.
Yeah, he sometimes gets frustrated, and then he do stupid stuff.
No, if I were you guys, honestly, one guy that I think you guys need to watch out for in the next couple of years is Kenneth Walker, our new running back. That guy is quick, and he can find a hole fast. He can bust out 80-yard runs like crazy. If he finds lane, he takes it. And that, I think, if, in my personal opinion, one player on the Seahawks who I would hate to see on the 49ers, it'd probably be Ken Walker.
Nathan agreed with you. Nathan Z said,
"Oh yeah,
Kenneth Walker." And Fort says, he says,
Lockett.
He agreed with me. Lockett.
I guess we're gonna have to fight for it then. I guess we're gonna. Have to, I'm just kidding.
Or one of your DTs. He says.
Oh, you don't want any of our defensive tackles.
No.
Yeah.
Let me see. What's my next? Why 49.7 unsigned free agents unlikely to return into 2023? No Board of Sports. What you think about that?
I just got back from making popcorn. You go ahead and give it to me again one more time. Sorry.
Why 49.7 unsigned NFL free agents unlikely to return in 2023?
Oh, you're talking about our free agents that we lost, that we didn't re-sign?
The ones that right now still on free agent. They still free agent. They haven't signed to a team yet.
And you're talking about they were on our team last year?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why they would unlikely return. Like Robbie Gould and
who's else? I didn't think we had that many people up in the air.
Yeah, like everyone's been re-signed, and everyone who's been let go, they have been let go.
Are you asking who's most likely to return?
Unlikely to return. Like Robbie Gould.
I don't think Robbie's coming back.
Okay.
Coming in, another Seahawks fan. Seahawks, Eddie.
Eddie.
Hey, what's
up,
going
Eddie?
on, fellas?
Hey, Eddie, we got a Seahawks buddy, so you're not alone no more.
Yeah,
What's up,
I
Eddie?
just subbed. What's up, David? Yeah, I just subbed this channel a few days ago.
So,
Oh, thanks, Eddie.
can I
Yep.
answer the question, like, what Seahawks player I would want on the Niners, if that's okay?
Go ahead.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
let Corey ask his first, I think, right?
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
So, if I was able to get any player from the Seahawks on the Niners, I would get Quantrez Diggs.
Andre.
Yeah,
Quandre.
Yeah, I would have him on the team.
Why?
He's a safety, and we need safety help at the moment.
Yeah, but what about him? Do you like? So is what I'm saying.
He's a good safety. I'm not saying he's the best safety in the NFL, but for whatever the reason, when he plays us, he plays pretty good. So that says something.
No, he is. He plays good center field.
He does.
Yeah.
He kind of messed up against you guys a couple times though when we played you last game on not the postseason game, but the Thursday night game. He had a couple mess ups, and I think that's why Kittle scored both those touchdowns.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I remember that 2019 Monday night game. It's like when he caught that interception because the ball bounced off one of your receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Corey,
Hmm.
can I answer?
Okay.
Corey,
Yes.
can I answer what Seahawk player I like?
Yeah.
Can I have Kobe Bryant?
Kobe's my man. He's good. He's young. He's young. I don't know where he's gonna fit next year.
You don't have to sell him to me, man. I want him. I totally want him.
No, he is. He's a very because we had Woolen, right? He was our standout rookie defensive back, but I think, yeah, Bryant's right up there. He played nickel all last year and he did a darn good job. I'm kind of hoping he can transfer to an outside corner this year, but we'll see about that. I don't know where he fits in.
Yeah, he was a good steal on the draft.
Yeah, I don't know where he fits in just because we signed another safety, Julian Love, who I think they're going to have kind of play strong safety, and then we're going to have Jamal play like a hybrid safety. I don't know what's going on. I guess we'll see when the season rolls around. But
yeah, I was surprised you guys took him. There was like a lot.
If you have 3 safeties, you have none.
No, we have 2 safeties. We have Quandre Diggs and Julian Love, and then we have one player that makes $19
That's what I said. You've got 3 safeties. That means you have none.
No, dude, seriously, we have 2, and then we have Jamal Adams, who nobody knows what he does.
But you guys mortgage your future to get him so badly from the Jets.
He cashes checks.
Yeah, he did. He makes $19 million a year to do nothing. So that's fine.
Because we have him for like 2 more years.
At least. I think 2 more years, and then we can get out of it.
Hey, at least I don't feel bad. You got your own D Ford. You know what I'm saying? Jamal Adams is your D Ford
after the Chiefs, huh?
Mm-hmm. And then we paid him a shit ton of money. He didn't really suit up other than 1 year. And every time he got on the field, he was injured.
God damn it. Blasto butter sounds so good right now, dude.
No, this is different stuff. This is like, I don't know, this is like unicorn popcorn or something like that. It kind of tastes like cotton candy-ish.
Gross. I don't like it.
Oh yeah. I've seen that stuff in the store.
I got it.
You say cotton candy? I tried a cotton candy beer. Don't ever do it. Don't ever do it.
Did you say what?
Yeah, it's called
Hey
cotton.
Joe,
we should, John.
Yes.
We should probably not tell him about Voodoo Rangers donut beer, huh?
No, I know about it.
Wow.
I know about the Voodoo Rangers. No, because I like trying different, IPAs and stuff. And I seen one, and I believe it was from Dust Bowl, and it was, oh my god, it was too sweet.
Okay. No more sports. Joe asked the question. I don't know if he was in here when he asked. He asked, "What Seahawks player would you take from Seattle
right now or all time?"
Right now.
If I didn't have to have his attitude, it'd be DK.
DK?
Yep. If I don't get his attitude, I'm getting DK. Just because, God, how you can, I don't know how you stop him in the red zone. I don't know how teams do. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just a beast. Also, like, I don't know. Put him in the slot, get some short yard dunnage, or short yard gainage.
Dunnage.
For like, yeah, 3rd and 1. You know what I'm saying? Do you think I'm going to run it? No, I'm just passing it to DK real quick. Slant. Yeah. Try and get in the way of that. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. David McNiner.
Yo.
Who would you take from the Seattle Seahawks? You didn't have to pay him. Seahawks going to pay him. But you have him on our roster. Who would it be?
Let's see. DK Metcalf.
DK Metcalf? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Big, bad, good red zone threat, 3rd down receiver. He's going to win a lot. He's going to win the jump balls. It's pretty much a guy we don't have right now. I know Juwan Jennings is, bigger, but DK, when it comes to an athlete, DK is faster, a little bigger, and can jump higher. So I honestly think he would be effective.
So who do you guys call as your number 1 receiver?
Ayuk.
Okay. Joe, don't say nothing. I want to see if Seahawks Eddie knows his team. What jersey is Joe Stevens wearing? He's
Walter
asked-
Jones.
Walter Jones?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Seahawks said he's a
Number
diehard.
71.
Yeah.
Hey, Seahawks said
Hey, you
should
gotta.
do with us, Joe Stevens.
Yo.
Seahawks said you should do a show with Joe Stevens. It'll be fun.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me do this before I go back to this.
Uh-huh.
What player on the 49ers would you take Joe Stevens to the Seahawks?
Kinlaw.
Kinlaw?
No, I'm just kidding.
Please,
I take-
please.
Yes,
Please.
take him. Bag of chips,
I take Bosa, dude.
of course. Makes
Bosa, actually, just because we got Bobby back right now, if you asked me this question 2 weeks ago, I would have said Warner. But since we got Bobby back in the middle of the field, I'd take Bosa for sure.
Eddie?
Yeah.
What player would you take from the 49ers?
Everybody would shoot me right now if I said Hargrave.
That doesn't count. He hasn't played a snap yet.
Well, I'm probably gonna have to go Bosa.
Yeah, Hargrave just signed. He's
I mean, I mean, I know you guys had the biggest reaction when you guys signed him.
I was shocked the Niners spend money because they never do that.
Neither do we, and we signed a big guy too this year. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah, I did not see us. I did not think we would spend that much money on Draymond Jones.
Yeah.
I'm happy we did.
But I know some of our defensive. We have a few defensive players that are still like a free agents. So got Puna Ford out there left.
Yeah, Puna Ford, Al Woods is another one that's out there, and then
I wouldn't mind getting Puna. I wouldn't mind getting Puna.
Yeah.
he'd work great for you guys.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Joe, Ford
Yeah,
says sorry. He said,
For some reason, I think Al Woods might be retiring.
Yeah, he's old. What'd you say, Corey?
Fork says sorry. Oh, Joe, I meant sorry about calling you Sam.
Damn it, Fork. It's the last time. All right? I'm not Sam.
Hey, don't worry about it. I've been going to my Asian barber shop. My Asian ladies, they cut my hair. There's 3 different ones of them, and they all do a good job, right? But they call me Brendan. For 12 years, they've been calling me Brendan.
That's not your name.
Never mind.
I'm
Bro.
like, okay, you guys just do what you ladies do what you gotta do. I'll be Brandon, Sam, I'll be whoever.
Yeah.
I would say
For some reason,
sorry, go
people
ahead.
always think I say Brian when I'm saying my name is Ryan. I don't know what it is. So I've gotten to the point, like, you know, I go to Wendy's. What's your name? Ryan, Ryan. You know what I mean? Like, I spell it out for you so we don't have to have this conversation over it. I just get it out of the way, Ryan. If you can't figure it out after that, that's your problem. And I'm still going to answer to Brian.
Dude, it's
You know what I mean?
I had this parent when I worked for the YMCA for before and after school program.
Mm-hmm.
She called me Corky. She never say Corey. She'd say Corky. And her child said, his name is not Corky. His name is Corey.
Did you say Corky?
Yeah.
Dude, my mom can't say Worcestershire sauce. And for some reason, I can't even like pronounce how she Worcestershire sauce. She literally can't say Worcestershire sauce. It is Worcestershire, like a Worcestershire. I don't know how she does it, but she's able to say something that I've never heard of before. And that's the only way she could say Worcestershire sauce.
Also, speaking of something like that, I don't know if you guys know this, if you're over the age of 70 and live in Washington State, it is Washington.
Oh, my mom like spent like a handful of years in Washington. What does she call it? Washington.
Everybody, Washington State.
I couldn't believe it.
Well,
For
okay,
real?
I am from the South. I've heard a lot of
Don't
weird
worry.
stuff. If you've ever been to the
Yeah, don't worry.
Zinc,
I just say I live in
Okay.
Washington too.
Hmm.
No, you live in Seattle.
no, but you guys got to
Oh,
understand.
That's
there's,
Also-
Washington.
there's different
What's
states.
going on here?
They have their flags.
Uh,
Have you ever been to
Yeah.
the Zinc to worship?
Well, not in the actual city of Seattle.
I know. I'm just messing with you, Seahawks. Eddie,
I know.
you're
Uh,
my
What are you saying? What is everybody saying?
Have you been to the Zinc to worship?
been what?
Exactly. Have you went to the sink, the kitchen sink, to wash
To
up?
wash?
To wash up. Well, when you're in the South, you hear the zinc and wash up.
Oh,
What's
you
the
gotta
sink?
go
What's
sink
the
and
zinc? Wash up.
yeah.
Wash.
I thought he was asking me if I've ever worshipped a sink.
No,
Yeah.
it's
I was like,
That's
no, it's usually a toilet, and at like 3:00 in the
Surely.
morning.
yeah, it's worshiping God, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
I didn't know
never
you
a
could
sink
worship.
though. Never a
A
sink.
sink.
Definitely a toilet.
You know what though? That lady,
I was-
I didn't let her call me Corky. I said, "Well, I might as well let you call me Corky because I used to want to be a rapper, and I would say my name would be Corky D." So I said I'd let it go.
Corey, it took
Yes.
me about 2 weeks of hanging with you guys to find your YouTube channel because I had no idea your name was spelled with a K. I looked up
Yeah,
Lockdown Corey Davis, 49ers, and I couldn't find you. I was like, dude, I do not know what's going on here.
Yeah.
I thought you were lying about having your own channel. I was like, this guy doesn't have his own channel. I can't find it.
Yeah.
yeah. So Joe, I've
the
got a
same thing
question
with
for
you,
you.
Joe Stevens. That's why I had this in Ask No Border Sports.
Yeah.
Because I said Joe Stevens in there, and a whole bunch of Joe Stevens came.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm going, okay, which one is him?
Oh yeah.
Dude,
Excited
after-
for us to wear our throwbacks this year, Joe.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm so excited for that. We've literally never worn a throwback jersey in the history of our franchise. This will be the first time. So,
And that's why
I
the
don't-
same thing with Darren Raven. I had to send you, say, can you please send me the link? Because every time I typed in Raven, Darren Raven, Darwin Raven, it kept on saying, it said Darwin Raven, but then it said, me didn't want to say Raven, it said Darwin, something else, then Raven. I was like, this don't look like the guy.
Hey fellas, I gotta go back to work.
All right, man.
Eddie,
All right.
All right, man, Eddie.
All right.
Take it
Eddie,
easy, man.
find me somewhere and we'll hook up if you want. We can do a show together if you want to come on.
All right.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Hey,
Okay.
Darwin, what you doing? You want to come in here? He's
He
might
takes
drop-
it to
oh, he's
dinner.
making. Yeah. What is he dropping? What is he dropping recipes for? 3/4 cup of mayo, Worcestershire sauce, a ketchup, 3 cloves of garlic, salt, pepper, cane
Oh,
sauce.
So
Oh, cane sauce. He's making.
That's big
He's
in the
making-
South, I think.
Yeah. So, you know what I do? I take Parmesan, I take mayonnaise, I take a little bit of pickle juice, and then I just put some garlic and onion, and then I
Thank you,
mix
Tony.
that up. I make me a nice little a Parmesan ranch, I call it. But you got to use the Clausen's pickles. Clausen's pickles, they're in the deli section of your grocer. They are not on the shelf of the dry foods, like all that other stuff. They have to be refrigerated. They're the best crisp, like popping pickle. Like when you bite into it, it's like almost like an apple. Really good pickles. So Clausen's, but the juice from there, it's fermented, I believe. As far as I know, they're fermented, or they're like anyway, they're not what do you call it when you put it through they're not pasteurized.
Mm.
So they get them in I'm telling you, my grandma, her secret to her potato salad was using the pickle juice from the Clausen's pickles. got a really good dill.
Dude, I can't cook.
Really?
Me either.
No, before my wife moved in with me, I was like Hungry Man's and Top Ramen every night.
What about smoking meat?
We got a Traeger, and my wife uses it really good.
Oh, you haven't learned it all? Because really, it's just temperatures and time.
Yeah, we did I do the briskets, but
Okay.
she seasons them and stuff. I just throw them on and rotate it.
What do you know about the bark? What do you know about the bark? My brother's
don't
got a
know.
Traeger too, and he's been doing briskets too. And when you get to a certain point, you can break it, and it's at like the finishing. It's just you can tear it apart.
I over smoked one time to where I couldn't even cut it. It was falling apart, and I didn't like it very much like that.
So I grew up in like a predominant black, neighborhood in Daly City, the hood. And I remember there was this nice grandmother who once a year would rent an area, and we would have a cookout. And one of her sons was like a master at making ribs, brisket, all that stuff. And like I don't know, like, I don't know if, this is a little bit biased, but, like, they know how to cook good barbecue, good food. Shout out to them. Yeah, shout out to them.
Barbecue was created by slaves. Barbecue sauce was made by slaves trying to figure out how to doctor up the crappiest cuts of meat. One of the first types of barbecue is called whole hog barbecue. And essentially what the slaves would do is after the harvest season, the master would give them a pig, kind of like, hey, thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah.
So they found, hey, the best way to do this pig is throw it in the ground low and slow, this and that. And that's where American barbecue came from. And so it's horrible that people had to be oppressed for that long. But at least they got the leg up on the barbecue and they're cornering the market. That's the only good that came out of that.
Well, shout out to No Border Sports. Like I try to keep it as nice as possible. Yeah, that's because again, like I was raised, in the foster system, and a lot of them are from Louisiana. So like, I learned a lot of that history. That's why I'm a little bit like, for those who don't know me, like I don't really speak because I'm part Hispanic, I'm part Italian. But a lot of people say you kind of talk a little bit black. I say, yeah, because I grew up there and they raised me. So that's why I'm a little bit like very different when people listen to my voice. They say you're a little bit Southern or you're a little bit that black, and it's how I grew up. So like a lot of people like, man, John Jen, like you don't act like your own ethnicity. I say, hey, I don't care. I love talking like this. So
people usually say the same thing about me and Bryant Culp, and we have to once they see us, they're like, whoa.
You ever seen that picture of the two kids? Yeah, the little white kid, little black kid. And they were so ecstatic because they dressed the same. They got their hair cut the same. And they were going to school and they were like, the teacher can't tell us apart. You know what I'm saying?
Have you seen that? Yeah. No, it's true.
That to me is like, yeah, go ahead. That's great. You know what I'm saying? You just got to be so alike. It doesn't matter that the obvious things, you know what I'm saying? From the start, you can see difference. They're saying, no, look, we are the same. I thought that was awesome.
No, that's badass. No, seriously, I really think that's cool.
Okay. Now,
shout out to World of Adventure Preschool.
In this article, they talk about 3 players. They didn't say, I don't know why they say 7. They talk about 3 players. They talk about Robbie Gould. And then they talk about Kerry Hyder Jr.
Keep him.
And they talk about Jason Verrett. So,
really,
my question was, some of you already said Robbie Gould not coming back. What you think, David McNiner?
There's no way he's coming back. we worked out 3 kickers in March. We worked out Jake Moody, Garland Ryan, and I don't know what his name is, but he's from Auburn. And then we acquired Gonzalez from the Panthers. There's no way that Robbie Gould is coming back.
Okay, John Jay, what you think?
About Robbie Gould?
Yeah.
I've said this for many months. I think he priced himself out like McGlinchey and many others who left. Like, again, I don't hate Robbie Gould. You know, it's just there are moments where like I just want to just yell at him, you know, for missing an important kick. But if he really, really wanted to return to the Niners, he would have like really tried, you know, to work something out with John Lynch. And so, and I think the Niners are also going to add another kicker with the draft. So I don't know what Robbie Gould's going to do. I don't know if he'll take a year off or if someone's desperate, you know, maybe during the season they'll need a kicker, but I don't see him returning.
Okay, Brian.
Okay, it's really interesting with the kicker situation right now because our kicker we signed, Zane Gonzalez, right? He didn't play last year. He was injured all last year. His quad exploded. I mean, it exploded. You're a kicker. So I don't know if we're going to really take too much stock into him. Maybe he's going to be really good. I don't know. Maybe he had that year off too that he needed to be able to recover, but I don't think he's the guy. I don't know if Robbie's coming back or not. I think right now with them not signing him, they have an opportunity to move and maneuver, but you can't say never. And you can't say, you know, like, oh, this, and you can, you know, I agree with you, David, but I also want to say, well, there's probably a lot of us here sitting on the panel that didn't think Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be on this team last year. And I'm just going to sit here and say, I won a lot of Subway sandwiches last year. So sometimes the Niners don't necessarily do what we think they should do or what we want them to do. But if they sign Gould back, it's probably going to be a very team-friendly deal. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, me. They might be doing all this to say, okay, you haven't signed with nobody. And see that we did this and forcing his hand to resign to the 49ers. But who knows? And the Border for Youth, I think you said no to.
No to what?
To Robbie Gould.
Yeah, I don't think Robbie Gould's coming back. It could, but I think at this point they would have already worked something out. If he was playing hard to get, they would have already figured out the money or something like that and kept him on. I think they're really looking to go into the draft and get a kicker who gets them more range, because I think Kyle loves the dependability of Robbie, but I think he felt limited and like he had to do things because of the size of Robbie's leg. Like he felt like he was kind of put in a box. And I think not only with like Trey Lance starting the year, or maybe even Brock Purdy not being able, you know, something happened and Brock Purdy not being able to come. If you've got to either have Trey Lance starting his first year or Sam Darnold coming in or something like that, it's best to have a kicker who can get you some points from long range to kind of help you. You know what I mean? Because think about Trey Lance. Like, wouldn't you rather let the kicker make a kick to win the game than to put it all on Trey Lance in like the first game of the first game of the season, coming back is like, oh, we got to go for it on third because our kicker can't make a 50-yard field goal consistently. So to me, I think there's, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's mutual.
Joe.
Yo.
Fork has a question for you.
I think Fork knows the answer.
Darnold or Geno?
Yeah, I think Fork knows 10 times out of 10 I'm taking Darnold.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, yeah, of course, Gino.
Okay. Kerry Hyder. Bryant, you think he might resign back us, or we through with him?
We didn't re-sign him yet, huh? He was re-signed last year for just a 1-year deal, huh?
Yep.
I think if he comes into camp, we re-sign him. But if he doesn't come into camp, we're not. He won't be there. We won't re-sign him. But I think if he's in camp, I think he gets signed to the team.
Okay. No Border Sports.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Oh, I feel so bad.
Give him the answer, Brian. Just take the D.
D.
How funny how we've turned up the letter dirty.
You know what's funny? You know what's really funny is everybody was saying pause when I first started joining these things and started talking. Now nobody says pause. Everybody's giggling when they start taking the D. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've turned you guys around. And I just want credit for it.
Let me ask a question.
Probably a little bit of both.
Let me ask a question. Maybe I'm just too old, or maybe I don't understand the lingo. Why do people say pause when someone says something that is a little bit uncomfortable?
It's pause to say when anything might sound like you might, anything that could sound like as you as a man referring to liking another man or being with another man in certain ways. That's what that means. Oh. It's just like
okay.
Back in the day, there used to be another saying where it was a no, and then another word after that. I'm not going to say it because there's no
Tony
reason
Romo.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? This is essentially the new thing of that, which, if you're secure in yourself, why do you have to put any kind of word behind it to, you know what I mean? Like, man, say whatever you want. I know what's wrong, what I do. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to prove anything to you. You could go ahead and think whatever you want. I'm going to have fun with that. You know what I'm saying?
John Jay, how old are you?
I'm 30. I just turned 33 on January.
Damn.
Yeah. And see, I went to college and all of my friends, I had a few friends who were guys, but a lot of the, were females. And every time I would say something, they would occasionally say, "That's what she said." And they were all laughing at me. I said, "Well, why are you saying that?" And then one of them whispered in my ears, it has to do with something that when a guy does something to a woman, I said, "Oh, I get it." So I was like, "I hate all you ladies messing with me." But that was fun.
Okay. What was I? Oh, David McKnight. Wait a minute. Oh, No Border Sports. Did you answer about Kerry Hyder?
No, I didn't. But I don't know. You never know what you're going to get with Kerry Hyder. So to me, he has had success on this line, but he also hasn't had as good success on the line. So to me, it's like a coin flip. And I would probably rather just get younger at the position, I would say. Not, I'd rather get an undrafted free agent or somebody who's looking to change the narrative about their career. You know what I mean? Like the guys we normally get, the guys who are trying to redo their careers.
You guys are going to get Clowney.
David McKnight?
I don't see Kerry Hyder coming back. He didn't really have much of an impact this last season. The first season he was with us, he had a lot of like hustle sacks, coverage sacks, just effort. But this season he was there. But I never saw anything that said, "Wow, I want this guy back." I never saw that. So I'm honestly thinking that I agree with Ryan. It's time to get younger at the position. All those picks, we ain't going to be using all those picks. I still firmly believe we're trading up, and we'll just have to see how that all plays out. But you know, they're edge. I'm sure there's an edge rusher in the draft that we do not know. We've never heard of, and we're gonna go who when they draft him, but it's gonna happen.
Okay, really quickly, the top 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kickers in the league are in college prospects, potential draft picks, right? Are only barely kicking past 50. The only one who's booting it past 50 consecutively or can really boot it is Moody. Moody puts it out 59 yards, but everybody else is 50, 53, 40, 52, 52, 54. So I'm not necessarily worried so much about the distance. I want to see this consecutively make it, and when they are called out, they don't have those butterflies in their stomach or they're throwing up. I don't need a kicker that kicks the ball and then hits the field goal post and then gets lucky and it bounces in. I need a kicker that wins games. And if Robbie is available and we go into the postseason and we don't have Robbie and we lose because we got a rookie kicker, probably won't ever hear the end of it from me, guys.
So that Ryland guy, he doesn't boot him from 50 plus consistently.
Who's this?
Ryland, what was his name?
The one you gave me yesterday to look out. I have to look him up.
Yeah.
I've been looking at Moody. I've been looking at Jake from Georgia, Christopher from North Carolina, Anders from Auburn, Clemson. I've been looking at the guy from Alabama and Syracuse. And I got to still look at the two that we were talking about last night. Will Riker and Chad Ryland. And once I get those numbers, I'll be able to talk a little bit more on them. But you got to have somebody that can do it regularly, not just, I hit a 68-yard or a 66-yarder one time. Like, okay, you hit it one time. You got a gold medal. Did you win a Super Bowl for it? You didn't win a Super Bowl for it, then we're just talking.
A lot of those guys are just going to be undrafted free agents, right? Ryan?
What's that, sir?
Those guys you were just talking about, a lot of them are going to be undrafted free agents, right?
Potentially, because how many right now we have 32 teams in the league. How many teams do you really think is going to draft a kicker? I only have it, and I'm just averaging, and I'm just estimating. This is my prediction. Maybe 4 teams will take a kicker in the actual draft.
Maybe.
I'm thinking New England will take one. I know the Niners potentially could take one, and they've talked about the Rams possibly taking one. So those are 3 that I can tell you right now, but we don't know. And undrafted free agent kickers, those are too easy to sign. They walk right into camp, and if no one likes them, they walk right out.
But this is what I mean. Why not sign 4 of them through the preseason? Let them have a competition. Whoever comes out best, keep that guy.
How many touchdowns do you think you'll score in preseason or have an opportunity to kick field goals?
Well, they can practice kicking all damn day.
If we only have 2 preseason games, that's not going to give them a lot of shots to.
You'll have 3. But just let them practice kicking all damn day. That's all they do anyways. Whoever's the best, maybe pick out of him. I don't know. That's kind of how I think of it. I'm not a 49ers fan. Obviously, we had a Pro Bowl kicker, but why not?
See, that's what I want is a kicker that can run, punt, kick, and pass. I mean, like if we got your guys' kicker, I mean,
he can't run or punt. He cannot run or punt, but he can kick the ball.
You guys got us with that fake the last season, so I'm like.
That was Homer. Homer ran. Yeah.
Hey, Chad Ryland punted once for 37 yards. Having issues finding anything on distance.
Who is that?
That's a kicker. The kicker from he actually was at Eastern Michigan for 4 years, and then he went to Maryland.
Oh, okay. He punted once, you said?
He punted once, 37 yards.
Oh, yeah.
At least you know he can do it, right?
Why don't you guys get destroying? I didn't even think about that. You guys need destroying.
My bad, Corey. My computer died, so I had to charge it.
Okay, John Jay.
Yep.
Kerry Hyder. Do You think we sign him, or we gonna just move on?
Well, like, let's see, the free agent period. Technically, we can still sign players, but we do need money to sign the rookies. So I don't think he's going to return. So, and like Drake Jackson is there, I hope, they give him the opportunity to compete for that starting spot. We just got that Farrell from Vegas. So I think we might draft, to stay cheap. And plus, when Kerry Hyder came back, like everyone's like, oh yeah, he's gonna get Chris Kasurek back. He's gonna have just like he did in 2020, another 2020 season. And for whatever the reason, he did not play a lot. So I don't know what happened during the practices. So I think that's why they have not signed him. So,
dude, we signed Hyder, the Seahawks, to Kerry Hyder Jr. And I think it was 2021 we had him. And I couldn't even tell you what number he was. I've never seen him play. I never saw him on the field. So
yeah, Hyder. You know what I think they did wrong why he didn't produce. A lot of times when I seen him line up on the Niners, he lined up at defensive tackle or tackle. He already went to the ends like he was. And he had success a year. I see them a lot of times they line them up at defensive tackle. And I don't think, like, when we say, like, Eric Armstead lining on defensive end, I think Kerry Hyder is that kind of person, Kate. Don't do good in the middle.
Hey, Corey, we got Jim Everett in the chat.
Oh, my goodness. It's the troll.
Corey, drop the link for Jim Everett.
I'm not gonna say it.
He's not gonna pop in. Why?
He's not gonna pop in.
Yeah, he don't ever do. He always got excuses.
He talks all this shit. Tell him to pop in. We can talk for once.
Like, I think, and I could be wrong.
Talk. He just types, so
yeah. Like, if this is Rudy, like, come on, Rudy, you know better, man. Like, I've had you on my show, man. So if he has a burner account now, he claims that there are like two people who have taken his profile pic, and he's been going on shows and he's been trash talking, but I don't think Rudy would do that.
You know what's super funny is he's making fun of all of us.
Rudy does have two Facebook accounts, or not two Twitter accounts, and I'm not saying both of them are his, but there's two people acting as him, and I'm sure Steve-O's got a fake Rudy account too.
Yeah, it could be Rudy.
It could be Steve-O.
It could be Steve-O.
If it's Steve-O, wow, I hope.
You know what's funny is, so this guy says Hawks fan hang out with 49ers fans, and then he puts a clown emoji. But I mean, who has your 6th overall draft pick? That's the Lions, buddy. I mean, you're drafting in the top 6, and you can't even pick there.
Oh man.
I guess it's not the end of the world, right? Because Hawks fans and 49er fans are hanging out together. I mean, it could be worse. It could be Niner fans hanging out with Rams fans, or should I say it, Arizona fans hanging out with Rams fans. So, I mean,
yeah, no, like you said, Brian, LA plus AZ equals lazy. So Rams will own the NFC West.
And that's not being fun with words or anything like that. It really spells it out. If you just sound out the letters, lazy. I mean, so.
Well, and it's true. He says Rams will own the NFC West. Yeah, I agree. They probably will own the 4th spot in the NFC West for the next 5 or 6 years.
Brian, do you listen to Rumble? Tommy says there's a guy called Marketing Pro who calls in there, and he's very rude to Rumble. I've never heard him. I don't know if that's true, but Tommy says that this is Marketing Pro. So I don't know.
It probably is. There's Rudy who calls in. There's Marketing Pro. I think there's one other Ram guy who calls in, but I don't think so. But Marketing Pro doesn't sound like Rudy. And yeah, sometimes he gets
Marketing Pro's an idiot.
He gets a little rude sometimes. He really does. But
he went into Marketing Pro, or I was seeing him on Twitter one time, and he was talking crap, and like it was like some stupid takes, like it wasn't even based in reality, and I was like, your SEO is off. Which
look at what the Ravens fans said.
Where's Chrissy Everett at?
Yeah.
Oh man.
The streamer link is there. I mean, I don't get why he doesn't hop in.
Well, they're trolls. And all they want to do is just...
all of us are pretty ugly here. Imagine if they don't want to show their face on camera, what they look like, you know.
Hey, you can
this
say anything, but ugly and late to dinner is not me.
So
okay.
Like the good thing that this has never happened to any 49ers, you know, content creators, but I'm not gonna say the channel because I was on a panel and someone came in there and all they were doing was saying the N-word, and they kept coming back and, you know, kept doing that. And I told the host, you have to block this guy. I don't know why you keep bringing them in here. So they're trolls, you know, like they're you know.
Oh, and as a host, you need to block those people, because somebody can see that in the chat and they can report that, and that can cause your channel issues. So whether, you know, I'm not saying that anybody wants anybody saying those words in there, but anything that's like, you know, racial or homophobic or stuff like that, you want to keep that out of your chat, just because somebody can report it and it can hurt your channel.
Yeah. So that's why, like, that's why I tell people, like, and they disagree with me, like, just be really careful, like, who you bring in, because they may sound nice first, and then once they are, you know, and it happens in Mr. YTC's community. I've spoken to him about it privately. But again, you know, like they're different than us. You know, they love to like horse around a little bit too much, and they sometimes bring that negativity. That's why, you know, I stopped going over there. You know, because that's the thing I don't really like. But you know,
that's that shit I don't like.
Hey, can I say something really quick? Hey, Jim Everett, make sure you go ahead and give all of us a follow. We really appreciate you being in the comments. It helps the channel out a bunch. Make sure you hit that like button as well. And, you know, if you ever want to come on, you're more than welcome, buddy. We really like
Jim.
like you.
Shout out to Don Burr. He may be a goofball, but he's very respectful.
And shout out Jim Everett. Why not?
Yeah. You're really going to say Don Burr's respectful?
Well, actually, he has. If you see him in certain things, like, because I see him a lot on Rombo. I'll see him in like other people's chats, and not everybody's chats, but he'll come in and like he'll say his little thing, like Detroit versus everybody. But then you like, hey, Don, how you doing? And he's like, oh, very good, Bryant. How are you? And like he starts going into like he's very personal. He'll actually like respond to you, and you know. So like for me, again, you know, I'm not ugly or late to dinner, so maybe that's why he talks to me.
Are you saying he's trying to sleep with you?
No, I'm just saying I'm very friendly, and you know, I'm just trying to be nice. And hey, you know.
Oh, hey, what up, Levi?
You're muted.
Nobody can hear you, Levi. What the hell?
He's probably figuring it out.
He said hit the like button.
Thank you, Jim Everett. Make sure go ahead and give me a follow at Seahawk Talk, Brian Culp, David McNiner.
Oh man.
Hey, Corey.
Yes.
What other questions you got?
Okay. Hello, Darwin. I don't know.
What up, guys? Yeah, I can hear y'all.
There we go. He can speak.
Hey, what up?
How you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself, Corey? I appreciate that subscribe earlier today.
You're welcome. Yeah, I had to get Joe to give me your channel because when I typed your name in there, it always sent me somewhere else, and I'm like, no. And I type it again, and it sent me right back to that place again. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go on Twitter and ask Joe, can he send me it?
You should have seen my last tag used to be, I used to go by Shadow O Raven on Twitch, but we switched to Darwin's Raven, thought it was more catchy, easier to find, but still having issues. It's a play on a few different things.
I had to get Joe to send me the link, and he sent me the link, and then that's when I said, oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, y'all need to check out Destroying. You want someone that can punt, kick, do it all, throw? Check out your boy Destroying from UCF. That laugh said he knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, isn't that the get him? Yeah, isn't that guy?
Yeah, that's it.
Does he do that? I don't even know.
Yes, he does. Oh, he is a very good content creator. I'm not gonna lie. I like his whole style. He figured it out. He's like,
the Steelers brought him in for a workout pretty recently.
Hey, good for him.
Yeah, that's what I say. Good for him, man. I wish him the best.
So I have a Ravens question.
Oh, okay.
If Lamar, for some reason, is gone, like, what are your backup options at quarterback?
I mean, so are you talking about currently on roster or like what we might do? Because currently on roster, there ain't nothing.
I know, because like I know you guys have Huntley. I don't know who else
But
you have.
Huntley is technically a restricted free agent, and being that said, we didn't have cap space, so we actually had to issue him a right of first refusal, basically meaning anyone can, just like Lamar, anyone can come offer Huntley right now a contract, and we have the option to match. But of course, be given our cap situation, if someone offered him even like $7 million to be the backup quarterback for a year, we can't match it. So there is a very small chance that Lamar and Huntley both leave Baltimore somehow. It'd be terrifying as a Raven fan, to be honest with you. I don't know if you saw today, John Harbaugh talked about it. They had the press conference for the draft, basically. And Harbaugh said, hey, man, if there's a quarterback on the board and, we love him. And I don't know if you've seen their latest mock draft has the Colts trading for Lamar, the number 4 overall pick. There's so many pieces going, moving on. I don't know what to think of it all. I just wish I knew exactly. What kills me is Lamar keeps saying, but Lamar won't put the number out there. What does he really want? Because we're all just clueless, trying to figure out what exactly he wants. We've heard 3-year fully guaranteed deals, kind of like what Kirk Cousins got. We've seen the 5 to 6 year deal with over $175 million in fully guaranteed money, right ahead of not Deshaun Watson's, but Russell Wilson's money, which, poor Denver Broncos. But it's just one of those ones I would give my left nut just to know what Lamar's number actually is. And that's what kills Baltimore fans.
Man.
I don't know. But yeah, we're not in a good quarterback situation. And I talked with Joe about this yesterday. I did a little bit of film study, really mostly focusing on Will Levis and Richardson. I love, just like everyone says, Richardson has really high measurables. He could really be that guy. But insert jokes about sailing, because I've never seen someone sail so many balls. But one trait he does have that I like, when he misses, he always misses high and away. So it's either where his guy gets it or nobody does, which is a great trait in a quarterback. Levis look good. And when I told Joe, basically every one of these quarterbacks faced University of Georgia Levis in 2021, which is a great, line to draw. How did everyone play against this number 1 team, national championship team? Richardson, you could see, was definitely a little outclassed team-wise. He was running for his life. Levy's their team had a good plan. So it's one of those ones past those three, the quarterback, in my opinion, falls off. And like I said, I predicted it from the get-go. I think Stetson Bennett is a lock to Baltimore. It's somewhere between round 2 and 5. But I've seen him as lowly mocked as 7th round.
I think Stetson Bennett is the Brock Purdy of this draft.
There's another one, actually.
Well, I mean, like, as far as a guy who's, like 4-year starter, seen it all, been in the big games, lost them, won them. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm sure Monken's our coordinator now.
Who?
Todd Monken, who ran the university, who was the offensive coordinator for the University of Georgia the past 2 years. So their 2 championship years is now our offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So again, it just, even if he wasn't going to be the starter, it makes sense to help teach everyone the offense.
Yep.
You see this happen a lot. And I haven't done the film study yet on him, but from my understanding, he's like 5'11", so he's a little on the shorter side, but he's got good mobility. Supposedly his best trait is the deep ball. And when I watched his combine tape a little bit, it kind of looked like that way, but kind of like Mac Jones, a lot of timing.
Yeah. Like, when I did like the only film studies I do, no matter what, is the quarterbacks. And I will say this, Will Levis reminds me a lot of when Sam Darnold was in USC, and he reminds me of the same mechanics. And I'm not saying he's Sam Darnold, but I'm saying that he's the most pro ready, like a guy who can step in there week 1 and just ride the show, see what happens in his first year. That's what I'm saying. It's just like Kenny Pickett last year. He was the most pro ready guy. He was a project. I couldn't find a real good quarterback comp, but I said, if the Steelers put him there at day 1, I would not be surprised. He did have he just like any rookie quarterback, he had a tough rookie year. Hopefully he can clean that up his second year. But Will Levis is probably the only person I would draft and start week 1 and see what happens during the year.
I'll tell you, man, watching that Georgia film, the first thing that jumped off the film, his halfbacks and wide receivers did him dirty. The amount of balls he delivered, and they just dropped. I think maybe it's a thing of, can he take a little bit off? And I heard watching him on the combine, they talked about that. So he not on some throws, he made sure to show he can finesse it. But some throws, I don't know if you saw, he had the fastest clock speed ball out of any quarterback at the combine. That ball explodes off his hand.
I know. And one thing about what's his name, Stetson Bennett, like I've seen a lot of great national championship quarterbacks who look so well. They have good years. They're on good teams. But for whatever the reason, I don't know why the top tier quarterbacks from elite colleges that win don't really pan out for whatever the reason. I remember my friend is a huge USC fan. He said Matt Leinart is the next big thing. Did not.
USC quarterbacks have statistically proven they don't fare well in the NFL.
So
same thing with Ohio
Other
State.
than Kurt Warner, basically, but that was only until late.
Yeah.
Same thing with
What
Ohio
else you got,
State.
Corey? What
I've
else you
got my
You
Brock
got
Purdy
any more
prediction, by the way, for this draft.
What else you got, Corey, for the panel? You got any more questions? Because I got questions. You don't have one yet.
Okay. Before I go to my question, let me let Raven Darwin answer this question. Lamar don't really have a leverage, though, does he?
So he kind of doesn't. Technically, since 2019, he has had declining play. And if you even look at this past season, he opened up the season, I think it was like Jets, Dolphins, and forgive me, I forget the third team. Played really well the first 3 games of the season. However, if you look at the stats, it went downhill after. Now, again, Lamar is such a hard analysis, to analyze, because first of all, we have to acknowledge Greg Roman. Not a fan of Greg Roman. Horrible pass designs. Of course, the injuries to Rashad Bateman, who was supposed to be our number 1 wide receiver, and a few other, problems. It's not all Lamar's fault, and it's hard to get the numbers. So by the book, Lamar doesn't. And like we talked about this last time with Steve Biscotti. He said, hey, you want to get paid the highest? Go win a Super Bowl. He did it at Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco won. But Tyson Bagent right there, the guy, what he says in the next, that's my Brock Purdy prediction. Like, I'm telling you, I took notes on every single throw from every single quarterback. That's just 2 pages. And I'm telling you, he impressed me. He's from a little tiny college, I think like D3 school. Like, I think he's the Brock Purdy of this draft. I'm calling it.
Okay. Now, my last person, was it Jason Verrett? Do you think the Niners gonna give him one more season? No Border Sports?
Not at all. I think it's probably in his best interest to not step on the field again.
Yeah.
I hate to say it.
I agree. David McNiner?
Well, what was the question, Corey?
Jason Verrett, do you think the Niners gonna give him one more season?
No. I really don't think so. He's had 1 season out of what, 4? That he's actually been able to stay on the field. And I mean, you know, immense talent, but if you can't stay on the field, it doesn't matter. So at this point, you know, for his own sake, retirement is probably the best idea.
John Jay.
Yeah, he should retire. Like, you know, like I got a bit of a soft spot. You know, he's from Vallejo. I have a lot of family from Vallejo, literally. So, you know, like I rooted for him when he was in TCU. But for whatever the reason, like after his rookie and like half of his sophomore year, he can never stay healthy. He was a really good player. Like I think he almost won the Rookie of the Year. Well, the year he was drafted. And then when he came to the 49ers and then he set out for the whole year in 2019, then in 2020, I was like, oh, wow. Like in 2020 was a bad year for the 49ers. Imagine if he gets an off season, gets in shape, and then gets hurt against Detroit. And then this year he has a setback and then another setback. And finally, I think after like week 5, they just said, all right, he's out for the year. Like I feel bad for the dude because he's a Bay Area native. So, and he's 31. He'll be 32 when the season starts. I think he should just collect his money. I know he has a foundation out there in Vallejo. I think he should just outreach and help the community. Because for those who don't know, Vallejo, I think what's his name, Celts Chronicle, is from out there, and he knows like the tough stuff out there. So yeah. Vallejo's not a very like a perfect city. Just like any city has this issue, but yeah, like I think he should just go back, help the community.
Bryant?
I think it's going to come down to him. If he comes to the 49ers and says he wants to take like the minimum or a team-friendly deal, and he comes to them and is like, I still can play. I feel like I can compete. I think they'll give him a chance in camp and go from there. If they see any kind of like struggle, if they see maybe just, even if they see another player maybe 75%, or 25% less than him, I think they might go with the rookie, or but I think they're going to give him his opportunity, and I think they're going to let him decide if he wants to try to play before they just say no. But I honestly think, like, if it was me, I'd probably say, hey, maybe I could probably do something better with myself, because he just played one game, like one snap, and boom, it was like, and then it was like 2 seasons later, it was like the same issue. So it's sad sometimes, because you can see guys have passion and they want to do something, but sometimes it's hard. You can't always take the cleats from somebody, but you can tell the guy that you got to sit on the bench, and if you're just sitting on the bench, do you really want to play?
Make him a coach, man. Make him a coach.
Yeah. Okay, Joe.
Yo,
would you take? Do you know who Jason Verrett is? Who we
the
talking
corner?
about?
The cornerback.
I haven't really seen him play though. He used to play for the Chargers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really seen him play since he played for the Chargers.
He played one good season.
He had one good season with the 49ers.
Yeah, no.
He did. He like totally shut that whole side down. He was like our, he was like Richard Sherman on that side of the field, but he can't stay healthy.
What kind of injuries are they though?
ACL to the left right, and then
Achilles.
Yeah, so he basically blew both his ACL on both. He blew out both of his Achilles before, and he's had always lingering like back issues for whatever the reason. So it's like the dude, like I don't know, like
he's only 5'10". He's smaller.
Yeah, so.
Oh, he's 5'10". No, get him out of here. We don't need him.
I know, because like when he was in college, like he balled out. He was really good. That's why he was drafted, I think, 24th overall by the Chargers in 2014 or 2015. Like, and then almost run. I think he was like a runner-up to Rookie of the Year that year, and then in the following season, blew out his ACL.
Okay. What about you, Darwin?
Dude, like I said, maybe try to. So I had to double check my everything. So like they said, tore right ACL, left Achilles tendon. He's in his 9th season. Man, try to convince him to come to be a coach. It reminds me of Tavon Young from the Ravens. He was our primary slot guy, really good, and dude, just every year was tearing and blowing something out. We finally let him go. It was just sad. I wanted him to stay, but I think it's time to move on. Like I said, maybe you can move him into coaching, but time to move on.
Okay. I think he should have say maybe football is not for me anymore. Let me do something else. Let me retire. Let me maybe do some coaching. Because if you keep on getting every time you go out there on the field, as soon as you touch the field, you get injured. Something ain't right. God's trying to tell you something. God's trying to tell you something.
Everything happened for a reason.
So if I was him, I would say I retire.
Yeah.
I just go to coaching, see if I can go to coaching or something. Yeah. Okay, Brian, you said you had a question for us.
All right, I kind of asked everybody already because I think I've talked about it on my show on Saturdays. So I'm going to ask the Raven guy.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Darwin.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on DTR from UCLA?
Oh, hold on.
And before you answer, let me tell you why I really like the guy.
Okay.
One, he's a California guy. We passed on Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. I remember watching.
Passed on Tom Brady, right? So like they're always like California guys, right? So
he was a day 2 combine guy. He wasn't part of the group 1. I got my notes on him now. Okay, sorry.
So then you got like Derek Carr. He was also So we got like California guys, right? The Niners have been missing on California guys. So they don't all have to be 49er fans, but they're California people. And, you've heard the phrase, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have none. So I'm like looking at this. What if we go after a quarterback with 2 last names?
And what if you have 3 quarterbacks? How many quarterbacks?
I'm going to be honest. So I've got, like I said, I took notes on, I'm telling you, every single throw. The dude looked good. His short game was good. His 12-yard out throws. The only throw I saw him really struggle with, because he would, like I said, he was part of the group 2 quarterbacks. He kind of had one slightly bad like in route. But dude was bombing it. I got Stroud here to compare against him because let me see. Stroud was 12. Thompson Robinson was 13. I mean, a little bit limited in arm strength. The furthest his ball went was to the 37-yard line. To put that in perspective, guys, Stroud was bombing it to the 27, and the average for Thompson was about the 40, which was actually one of the weaker arms out of the day 2 quarterbacks. So that deep ball might be missing, but I'm telling you, if you're running a West Coast offense, he's got potential.
Yeah.
Cool. That's what I wanted to hear too, because I've heard similar people say it. He doesn't have the biggest arm, but he's mobile. He's played a lot of reps, and the West Coast offense is very dominant over here in California.
He looks like Lil Huntley a little bit, man.
Because I'm a Cal Bear fan, so like CLA is like our second rival, and we play them a lot. And I saw him play. I'm not saying he's like someone that's gonna like just come in the league and dominate it, but he's someone who like you can have on your team, and like say worst case scenario, if he has to step in, I wouldn't say he's bad. He'll probably like a quality backup. I think his ceiling is a quality backup, someone who can do like 4 or 5 games, or play a season and keep the team
look at Ritter Atlanta.
Yeah,
good comparison, kind of.
Yes,
honestly,
that
might have some potential. I told Joe this too. Now, like, all this is just combine. The combine does not tell you a lot. The true tell is film study. But I mean, what I saw at the combine, I kind of liked. Like I said, he's got potential.
And he killed the Huskies last year. We only lost 2 games, and one of them was to UCLA. And he ran all over us.
I don't I've said this and again, Chip Kelly, when he was in Oregon, he really dominated the conference when USC was in their sanctions and they couldn't do anything. He dominated. He took the team to the national championship. They just ran into Cam Newton, and in just 3 seasons, he turned UCLA into a powerhouse, which is very rare because UCLA is not what USC is. But they're going to be really good for a very, very long time, and he was the reason why that quarterback. So. But
who cares? They're going to be out of conference anyways in 2 years.
Yeah.
I heard something about how he runs his offense, and it makes a lot of sense. He uses a lot of trigonometry. The idea is this, and he did it in Philly supposedly. Get a playmaker and use your math to make sure you are maximizing your space on the field every single play, basically trying to get people in space every play. Because his idea is this: if I can get a one-on-one and I know my star halfback can make one guy miss and take off 20 yards, and it's like the whole idea of gap plays introduced by Russell Wilson, game-altering plays, these big chunk plays. And he does it really well, from my understanding. I don't know if it's true.
Well, I will say this: when he was in Philadelphia, he wanted to run 90 plays in the NFL, which is just ridiculous.
Urban Meyer.
So it worked. Like the first year, it worked, but then as he started to realize the NFL is not college, so you cannot run 90 plays, even if you go no huddle every time. And Michael Vick was already way past his prime. So when Jed York, who good example. He got fired from Philadelphia because he actually made his players, grown men, treating them like little boys, was kind of messed up. And that's why they threw him out. York brought him over here. Oh, I'm going to fix Colin Kaepernick. That was awful. And after just 1 year, that was a big mistake. So it really shows you why Chip Kelly, in college, he can win a lot of titles if he just stays there. But in the NFL, there's a reason why
the level of competition's different. It's always the top 2% of every college, that gets in there. That's why they say the speed is on another level. Everybody runs 4.5. Everybody.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay.
I have a question for Niner fans. I'm kind of I sent Joe this morning. I saw a little bit of a rumor today about Aaron Rodgers to the.
Oh shit!
I saw it. I saw
it.
it. The same talks they were talking about Mac Jones being shot by the Patriots. I saw the reports. How do y'all feel about that? Trey Lance basically for Rodgers and sit Purdy behind him for a year.
I'm not with it.
That shit is so stupid.
I mean, he loves the Cali area. He's a West Coast guy.
Okay, so you're talking about the rumor is if the if the Jets can't come through with a good deal, right? Okay. So if the Jets can't come through, how are the 49ers going to be able to come through without a first round draft pick this year? Plus, it's going to cost more if we're going to the Packers to get it than the Jets. So how is it like, oh, if the Jets can't make it, the Niners could just swoop in? No, the Niners are going to lose their shirt.
First round pick next year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude. Yep. All right. Now let me start all right. So there, you talked to me, I think the last time we were on, Brandon Ayuk, your wide receiver on the trade block. So first round pick next year, Ayuk and maybe a depth player.
How are you going to trade your
and then,
one
like
target?
I said, you even throw Lance, maybe
You got one
other team.
You got one. You've got one wide receiver one on this team, and you're going to trade him away to get Aaron Rodgers. Like, why bring Aaron Rodgers here if you don't have a wide receiver one for Aaron Rodgers to throw to?
Inside Odell Beckham Jr.
No, we don't want that guy. That guy's trash.
I don't want him either. I'm just messing with you.
I got a question for you because apparently this was brought up to me. So I found out that you guys paid Roquan before your quarterback. Is that true?
I mean, absolutely.
Oh, totally.
Yes, technically, yeah.
Okay, so
that's fact.
The Niners have to pay Nick Bosa. So we need to have money for Nick Bosa. So we cannot afford Aaron Rodgers. End of story.
And I do agree with that. When I originally I did the research on that, you're going to have the money for Bosa next year. So
it's
good.
It would be we would have to trade Bosa for Aaron Rodgers because you can't have Bosa, Aaron Rodgers on the same team. You know what I mean? Right now, as our cap sits, Brandon Ayuk, we still got a year until we don't have to pay him.
How much the Packers would be on the hook for Rodgers' salary for the. I think that would be a big part.
So I want to jump in because I think it breaks down to Aaron Rodgers' salary and what he could potentially, if he was traded to the Jets or the Niners, but let's say he's traded to the Niners, he's supposed to get, I want to say $15 million, but that could be turned into incentives. That's not going to go against the cap the same way. And we don't have to trade Bosa away to get Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers contracts for 2 years. We don't have to keep them the following year.
Okay,
so this would be a 1-year deal for $15 million.
Hold on. So
that's a good point.
His contract right now is $31 million guaranteed. I think the Jets are waiting until after June 1st because then.
And agreed.
So they could only I think they could only afford $15 million for him, but there's going to be a huge dead cap. And I think it's almost
if it's pre-June.
So the Packers are also trying to make sure they don't have to pay that because then they'll be screwed for a couple of years. So that's why it's taken a very long time. Plus the Niners don't have.
The thing is that they're screwed no matter what for after the next year, 3 years.
I know. So they still it's still going to be a $30 million cap hit for next season. So they're trying to, instead of having 82. $50 million is less than around 32 million, dead cap. So, you do the math, it's still a lot of dead cap. So the Packers are screwed no matter what.
They are.
So
I hear the big hang up is on trying to figure out the compensation.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to get some sort of if he doesn't suit up for the second year and he decides to retire, then we don't need to pay you all this stuff. So I think that's the real, because they would have had the money figured out before they even started, talking to people. You know what I mean? Because once you
it's already there in contract,
right? And it's like before you go, hey, is this a thing? As you go, hey, is this a thing? And they go, yeah, this is kind of a thing. Then you do your work. The next time you go back and talk to them, damn well if you could do this or not. You know what I mean? You're not talking to them again without crunching the numbers.
So what I understand is the Jets are offering 2 second-round picks and 3 third-round picks for next year. The Niners, if they get into the mix, they would offer their 3 third comps this year and 2 second rounds next year. There's no first-round pick. So at this point, no one's offering a first for Rodgers.
That's somebody's speculation that's what the Niners would put out.
But that's what the
That's not-
speculation is. If
But
the
that's
Niners
what the
get
49ers are saying they're willing to do.
I know, and also at the end of the day, the Packers
The
want
Niners haven't
first
said
round
anything about this yet. The Niners haven't said anything, but everybody else, the media, is saying, "Well, this
Okay,
is what the Niners
so-
could turn around and
Well,
offer."
Jed York did come out and say that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's idea is to stay cheap at the quarterback position and to, spend money on the weapons and everybody else around the team. So
Yeah.
going out making this big, huge trade for Aaron Rodgers is totally going against what Jed York just said. So
Yeah.
to me,
But
we're
he
just
said
talking
that-
about somebody who's trying to just get attention and spark conversation. Like,
Yeah.
And that could be totally true. But what he said that after Kyle came out and said, "No, we're not going after Lamar." They didn't say, "Are you going after Aaron Rodgers? Are you going after so and so?" We've all seen the pictures of him standing next to
my
Kirk
God.
Cousins.
Hey, Brian, wouldn't it be easier to get Lamar Jackson than to try and pry Aaron Rodgers away from the
Yes.
Green Bay Packers in our own division?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
I mean,
if they're
Lamar's
not going
been
after
trying to move,
Lamar,
right?
then
Lamar's been
they
trying
wouldn't
to
be
move.
going after Aaron Rodgers.
You have to admit, though, the 49ers with Aaron, if you were somehow not able to get Aaron Rodgers based essentially on a 1-year deal where you could basically cut him next year, it would all the money would go to the Packers. Can you not admit, though, the Aaron Rodgers with your complete roster? Who stops y'all?
I know.
He would
also,
dice
also-
people up. He would
also,
dice people up.
The Packers want first round picks. They don't want no third. They don't want no. They want first round picks.
I'd rather have Lamar.
And I understand the Jets argument. They're saying he's contemplating retirement. Why would I give up a long future of picks for someone that's maybe got 2 years? Maybe.
Yeah.
And Packers were trying to get Sauce Gardner at some point. Like, oh yeah, that
When
makes
do y'all-
total
when
sense.
do y'all think you? I'm
That'd be
sorry,
so
Corey.
funny.
I got like questions about y'all's roster. Like, I'm so curious on McCaffrey, but I feel bad. Sorry, Corey. I took so much time with my last question.
Yeah.
Okay. My next question is, I read an article says Trey Lance, Mac Jones trade makes sense for the 49ers. Patriots for Mike.
Oh, please,
Laura.
Lord Mac Jones. I'm gonna burst the gasket. I would rather have Bailey Zappi. And if you don't know
I
who
agree
Bailey
with you on
Zappi is, the
that.
backup quarterback for New England, and he played better than Mac Jones in only 3 games.
You tell him, John.
I'm done. Come on, let's move on.
John, keep going. Blow
I
yeah.
mean,
Us
but
just
I
talking
understand
about this
it.
stuff is carrying water for these idiots. I'm just saying.
But I also
This-
understand because Trey Lance has such a cap-friendly deal, for 2 years, and of course Mac Jones is coming up on 5th-year option. So and it's one of those ones. The Patriots are basically saying, "Hey, we're not going to pay you all this money. We'd rather go with the rookie quarterback model, and run with that for a year. And worst case, they fail and they go trade up and get their guy this next year, like Caleb Williams."
Shout out to Mac Ultra. He's a New England Patriots fan. He's a good dude, and he hates Mac Jones.
Yep.
Shout out
I got a
John
lot of
Day. Loves Mac
Patriot
Jones.
No.
Mac Jones seems like he got the same personality as Tommy Manziel, except he just knows how
He gave
to.
her Bama.
I would rather
Not-
have Jimmy Garoppolo back. That's how much I cannot
agree.
stand Mac Jones.
Yeah,
I don't like the kid either.
Can someone cut that up for me, please?
And I don't dude, I don't like quarterbacks that don't have arm strength, and the kid lacks arm strength. Like,
Dude, I saw his pro day. He threw a ball and hit the roof. And Kyle Shanahan, after he saw that, he's like, "All right, you can have him, Bill Belichick." Sheesh.
What up,
Never
Eric?
mind.
Hello, Eric.
What up, Eric?
Another Seahawks fan in here.
Oh,
Joe.
Eric, my boy.
Hey, y'all doing?
Better
Yeah,
now
what's
that you're with us.
I'm good, buddy. How are you doing, Eric?
Well,
David
doing
McKnight.
all right.
Let me ask you a
Yo.
question. Who would you rather have? Would you bring Mac Jones or bring back Jimmy? If you had, those are the only options.
ooh.
Because I know you're
What's
not a
his
big fan of
name
James
again?
Garoppolo.
The number 10.
Wow.
See?
That's like saying that's like saying, what dumpster fire would you rather deal with?
Yes.
Wow. Can I just play QB?
Yes. I'll have that.
I'll start Kyle.
Christian McCaffrey is now the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers.
That is not a thing. He already spoke on that.
Oh man.
Oh.
Because I remember people were all hyping. Oh, Mac Jones is the next Tom Brady.
Nope. Slow your roll.
So, John Jay, I'm going to switch that question around. You. Who would you take out of Jimmy or Mac Jones? John Jay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Who are you taking?
Who are you taking? Would take Jimmy G and Mac Jones.
Oh, I'd say Jimmy Garoppolo. Nah, screw Mac Jones. I'm sorry. I don't hate Mac Jones as a person. I don't hate him. He's not a good quarterback. I'm sorry. I don't care that he has Bill Belichick, but hey.
At least with Jimmy G, you get like a GQ backup quarterback.
Yeah. Hey, we can criticize Jimmy. We can say how much he sucks, but would you want to have Mac Jones on the Niners?
John Jay, I'd rather have Mac Jones than Trey Lance.
No, don't say that. No. Don't do that to Trey Lance.
Shots.
Don't do that to Trey Lance. Well, you sound like that Bears fan.
You sound like someone that voted for Tyler Huntley to be in the Pro Bowl.
I'm just trying to get you fired up.
Shout out to Tyler Huntley. I love Tyler Huntley.
Brian, same question.
Okay.
Who would you take out of Jimmy G and Mac Jones?
Jimmy G. Mac Jones will never be a 49er. He had a DUI. It was very public. The Niners don't want DUIs on their team. So, not going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have Aldon Smith.
Jimmy.
Oh, my God.
Jimmy.
Fuck Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
Me too. I take Jimmy.
Oh, man.
Jimmy, like I said, at least you got a good backup quarterback. If Mac Jones is your backup quarterback, he's just going to have stank face and be pouting like a child.
Dude, I saw this video someone sent me. Mac Jones, hurt his ankle, and he was crying off the field. They were carrying him, and the fan recorded him, and he's like, I feel like my leg is going to fall off. Like, he was like, oh, my, dude, you play football. Why are you acting this way? I thought Jimmy was soft. Never mind. I'll stop. I'm being messed up to somebody. I am being so rude to somebody.
All right. Who would you rather have? Sorry, Corey. Geno Smith on the Jets or Mac Jones. And I'm talking about broken jaw Geno Smith. He hasn't had his attitude adjustment yet.
Mac Jones.
Oh, man.
Geno Smith grew. He grew.
He did.
Yeah, as a person and a player. Back in the day, Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones is one of those players like Geno where one day he can be a capable starter.
So are you saying he just needs to get punched in the face?
He might need a reality
I don't
check.
think Mac Jones is as bad as you guys are saying. I mean,
he's not bad. I have
I don't hate him. I don't hate him as a human being.
But I'm serious. I don't think he's that bad.
I don't hate him as a human being. He's probably someone cool to hang out, but in the NFL, they overhyped him. He's the next Tom Brady. He's gonna win 5 Super Bowls with Will. He didn't.
That's not his fault.
And also, I was arguing in the summertime on Valix's stream with this Mac Jones fanboy. He won a national champion. He was undefeated in Alabama. He had the most careful. And I said, dude, his pass attempt, which the average in the NFL is about 8. His pass attempt was barely at 5. And his pass completion was barely at 9. That is a bad quarterback. Why is your pass completion so that awful? Oh, my goodness. But never mind. So, yeah.
All right. I got one for you guys. Pick your quarterback. Quarterback number 1. He's got a completion percentage of 65.2. He threw for 2,997 yards, 14 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Kind of hard numbers to keep track of. Quarterback number 2, though. 59.7% completion, 3,046 yards, 12 touchdowns. Or, I'm sorry, 13 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Who you taking? One or two?
I'm taking one.
Corey likes Mac Jones.
Oh,
And Joe likes Geno Smith on the Jets.
That's mean.
I
I was about to
love
say,
it.
are those
Who's number
I was about
two?
to say, are those
Number
Geno
number
on the
2 is
Jets.
Mac. Number 2 is Geno Smith on the Jets.
Darn it.
Motherfucker.
Man, he got us there. He got us there. I was about to say, before Corey said, the number one, I said, are these college? I was about to say that. You're right there, Corey?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just about,
Okay, just making sure.
yeah, I was just about to ask.
So I already know the answer to this question because y'all already said it. Okay, let me see. As a Seahawks fan, Joe
And Eric.
and Eric, who will be your starting quarterback if you was out of Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, or Sam Darnold?
What?
Who will be y'all starting quarterback if you had this situation like the 49ers have?
I've never seen Trey Lance actually play, to be completely honest. That's the thing, is I don't know how he looks.
So basically,
I'll tell you who I'm most afraid of out of those guys is Trey Lance, just because of the unknown.
well,
But Purdy was scary last year too.
well, I will say this about Trey Lance: like, if our idiot head coach did not run him like a running back, because he had 27 run attempts before he got hurt. In only 5 quarters, he had 27 run attempts.
Hey, Levi,
I've got words about that subject too.
look at how many rush attempts Lamar had in the first game.
Of this season?
Yeah. I don't know. How are they trying to run him though? Between the tackles?
And see, that's the problem. Something I love a quarterback that can run. So when you're in man coverage and everyone's got their back turns, the ability to take off and run is my favorite thing. But I hate offensive coordinators that dictate their game plans around that, because we've seen it. Lamar's gotten hurt. Now Lamar's hurt, injuries were different. Trey Lance, you're gonna get your quarterback hurt doing that. I'm looking it up now still. But I don't like offenses that they focus on that. He had 6 attempts for 17 yards in his first game against the Jets, and then 9 attempts, 11 attempts, 11 attempts.
Well,
they backed off it this year. In 2021, I think it was way worse. Yeah, last year he started with 12 running attempts. Then he had 16 running attempts. One game against the Vikings, he had 21 rushing attempts. Way too many for a franchise quarterback.
27, John Jay?
What?
Say what?
Trey Lance had 27 rush attempts in the first game.
No, in the 5 quarters he played, he had 27 rush attempts. So I was saying, why are we using it as a running back? And it was 2nd and 11. We were in field goal range, so we didn't have to. So they did a designed run, which basically they faked the handoff to, I think it was Jeff Wilson Jr. And then he let the running back run forward, and then Trey Lance ran in through the tackles, and then he got pancaked, squashed, and then he was on the ground, and I said, "Oh, I hope it's not." And then we found out that he tore some muscle or bone in his ankle, and he was gonna be out for the year. And I'm not the big fan of this beat writer, but he actually asked. He said, "It's 2nd and 11. You guys are up by 7. You're inside the 20-yard line. Why did you run it there?" And then Kyle, I don't know if he was sarcastic or condescending. He's like, "What do you want me to do?" It's like, "What do you want me to do?" And I'm like, "Dude, you're a head coach. You should not be like being sarcastic.
Asking a reporter what he should do when he gave you a good question. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be asking somebody you should be telling them why you did something.
So, and at the end of the day, like most coaches would have said, they would have answered the question, like, do the respectful thing, answer, and just say, all right, like I felt that was the best play. Basically, like sometimes Kyle, when he gets questions, not just by this beat writer, but other reporters, he gets a little bit testy for some reason. And again, that's
what is that?
That's Corey's website.
Oh,
nice.
That's badass.
Nice.
It's not fully up yet.
But yeah, I hate offensive coordinators that run that.
Does that mean?
I understand that they're like if my quarterback is designed into the run, it can free up. Well, there are tons of offenses that have been historically relevant for forever that did not have that in their design. In my opinion, that's lazy. And the Ravens constantly were called out for how bad their play calling was, the design of the plays. And I told them all the time, the part of the problem is too, when you do this, your quarterback's eyes aren't on the coverage. I want especially for younger guys, I don't want them to have to be looking down, faking their eyes with the runs as much. Just read the field. Get used to reading the field. This is a whole different game. And I think Lamar took a step back when they started doing more of these design runs because his eyes weren't able to get downfield.
Mm-hmm.
Darwin, dude, I got to cut you off real quick. Sorry, Corey. Man, dude, I'd like to talk to you a little bit longer, but I'm going to have to go. Corey, you are the man. Thank you so much for having every one of us on, having me on. I'll be checking on you regularly. You don't have to worry about that. And thank you for sending me your information, because if I see something funny, I'm gonna be calling you or messaging you.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, David, Ryan, Mr. John Jay, and Darwin. Yep. Thank you guys.
Hey.
I really appreciate it. And I had a lot of fun with you guys all. And remember, if you have DTR, you have a quarterback with 2 last names. Yeah. You'll have one.
Hey, Brian, are you going to be on here tomorrow for the trivia?
Oh, I'm going to be on, but I'll be a little bit late. I'm going to, and I told Corey already, but I'll come in a little bit after 8. I'm going to be doing a show with a couple people tomorrow between 7 and 8. I was invited on like a couple weeks ago, and I was hoping it wouldn't be a Thursday, but it just ended up happening to be that way. So I'll just come in and start helping out wherever I can, hopefully answer some questions, and hopefully I won't be taking the D and I'll get some answers right. So
are you going to plug the show you're on?
Yeah, plug it.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to be going on Jack Hammer's show tomorrow, and he's going to be doing like this round check, and he's reached out to me a couple weeks ago and was like, hey, so I've been following Jack for a long time. I really like Jack. He writes good articles. He's always on. Sometimes people agree with him, sometimes people don't. I've been following him on Twitter for a long time, and very, very actually surprised, and I'm very excited that he actually reached out and asked me, because I follow Jack, but he don't follow me back, so I'm like, hey, I see you every day on Twitter, but so if you haven't followed Jack, or if you know about Jack, check him out tomorrow. His name's Jack Hammer, and he's a really good show. So
yep. Good luck, man.
But during that, regardless if you're there or not, make sure you come here to Corey Davis's show, because he's going to be having a really good show. It's a trivia show, and I think it starts at 7 tomorrow, right, Corey?
No, 8.
8 o'clock.
Oh, okay. So then I'll be on time. Time, guys. So
good luck on the show, man.
Thank you. And you guys have a great night. I'm going to go check out my little baby and go from there. And good seeing everyone.
All right. Tell Stanley said hi. Tell said hi.
Yeah.
Where was I thinking about before? Whoa. I've been saying this for the longest. I've been talking about this for the longest. I want them to use Trey Lance like 49ers did with Steve Young. We didn't have no design run for him. He go back. If it wasn't there, he looks, none of his receivers get open. then he takes off running.
Oh, I've got
He uses legs.
Reach, Corey.
That's why I want Trey Lance. Kyle to use Trey Lance. If I could sit down one-on-one with Kyle and say, Kyle, why? Why are you being disrespectful to Trey Lance like this? Why you
gotta treat him like a bitch, Brett.
Why you
gotta
not
treat him like a bitch, Brett? But
I've quoted Steve Young. When talking about Lamar, I have literally quoted what you're talking about with Steve Young, and that's what we need to take that approach with Lamar. Like, preach, my man, preach.
Not anymore. You gone.
I know. I forgot about this. Y'all are 49er diehards. Y'all love Steve Mariucci, don't you?
I liked him.
Oh, yeah.
He's from Marquette, Michigan. I actually got to meet him. This is you can't really see it, but I have his autograph actually.
I know, like he coached at Cal, my college Bay Area team, and then he coached the Niners. Yeah,
dude, he's such a great guy. Like honestly, he's so friendly.
I met him. I met him one time at a youth center event. He came out. We didn't really speak to him. He just came out. He spoke to us, talk about eat good, exercise, yada yada, and then he left. He was there for like 5 minutes, and that was about it.
Yeah, I thought I was just remembered that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would tell Cows, you didn't have Brock Purdy running all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have Jimmy running all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Treat Trey Lance the same way.
I think he saw Trey Lance like RG3 because when he was in with Washington, RG3 had 120 rushes his rookie year. 120 rushes. And then
Haloti Ngata smashing his knee. 340-pound D tackle.
As a rookie, he ran the ball 120 times. So, and Kyle said, I don't know if he said this last year, but he says, if my quarterback is a running quarterback, I'm going to use their strength. If my quarterback is Jimmy, I'm going to use them just that quick release. If I got a Brock Purdy who's good play action, I'm going to use them that way. So I think, and I could be wrong, but if he's telling the truth, maybe he wanted Trey Lance to do what RG3 did when Jimmy came back, this season. They went back to the same boring 5-yard offense. And then when Brock Purdy came in, who, what he did was amazing. I'm like, dude, imagine if Brock Purdy started, hypothetically, after week 2, maybe, the offense would have been more fun. But at the end of the day, like, I always wonder why, he doesn't evolve. Like, he doesn't like, what, let me try this Trey Lance, more in the pocket. But again, I criticize Kyle Shanahan, but I don't want him gone. It's just like, this is your entering your 7th season, and we're still talking about the quarterback.
If I could jump in, I think actually there's a good thing here. Like in between. So what Corey was mentioning, that back in the day with Steve Young, he had to stop having the design runs. And what I heard was Steve was telling this story in a documentary or, some interview. And he said, I didn't develop as a passer till my coach forced me to stop running. Only then did I really develop and become that quarterback, that Hall of Fame quarterback. And so, like, I understand that Shanahan wants to work to their strengths, but also I think you should develop your guy. Again, why are you being paid as a head coach of the highest league of, sports in the country, if you can't develop a guy, in my opinion. And that's my argument for coaches. So, like, I get playing to their strengths, but I think you need to take some Niners, like a lesson from Niners history. And even though he can do it, don't make him do it. Make him throw.
Mm-hmm. Yep, make him throw. Let him throw that ball. Let him
use
that arm.
And run.
He's a quarterback, not a running back.
And that's my argument with Lamar.
I remember when Lamar got drafted, and the mom was always saying, he's not a running back. Mm-hmm. He's a quarterback.
I've always
and I'm correct. Did his mom say that, Darwin?
Oh, yeah, dude. The Baltimore Ravens drafted a halfback first round this year. You see, and Lamar can play, man. Let's not, I've got my issues with some of his, and what it is, he's got some mechanic issues with like his footwork. If he cleaned that up, dude, he'd be number one quarterback in the NFL. Like, frustrating. And if you guys are better coaching.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna head out of here.
All right.
Take it easy,
All right,
Joe.
All right, Joe.
Hey,
So,
thanks, Corey, for
Joe,
having
before
me.
you go,
What's that?
what you have going on in your channel?
I'm gonna come kick some ass in trivia tomorrow night, I think, and that's about it. So
Did you hear how you did in that?
yeah, I think I went 8-12. I think last week I was kind of in and out. So
Okay.
You are 16-24 overall, Joe.
16 out of 24.
Yeah, you're sitting at 8th place.
Hell yeah! All right.
I'm going through all that right now. I'm just ranking. I'm about ready to set the links on the thing so everybody will be able to click and go straight to your channels, and they're looking at everybody.
Badass. All right. Well, I will definitely see y'all tomorrow night. All right.
All right,
All
man.
right.
Have a good night, Joe.
And thanks for the Instagram, man. I'm following you now.
All right. Me too, man. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Let me see. Any more?
Yeah, I looked at Trey Lance's rushing. First game of the season this year, he had literally as many attempts rushing as he had completions, and then going into game 2, 3 attempts rushing, 3 attempts passing, and then of course,
and that was half a quarter. That was just half a quarter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like poor dude. I liked him coming out of college. I loved how big his arm was coming out of North Dakota State. I was actually watching North Dakota State because their halfback I really liked.
Oh, like I remember, I remember when the 49ers were arguing about Mac Jones. People were like, Mac Jones, Justin Fields. And I was like, and I called in on a channel called Rumble. I said, I really like Trey Lance. And, like I was like his advocate, and people were talking about Mac Jones, and it was like a Justin Fields, Mac Jones, like which fans were like smarter than the other one. And then I remember on the day before, I was like, I know a lot of people are going to hate me. I hope this doesn't happen. But if we draft them, I said, hey, if we get Justin Fields, you Mac Jones people need to unite under Justin Fields. If you Justin Fields people, if you guys, see Mac Jones, you got to, because we're Niner fans. And I said, I want Trey Lance, but whoever the quarterback is, it is what it is. And then the third overall pick, I muted because I was on StreamYard and I listened, and when I heard Trey Lance, I jumped up, almost knocked my computer down. I was so happy that they called that name.
I would be too. Like I said, there were parts of Mac Jones that I liked, but again, the lack of I'm a big play. Like I like a strong power running game with play action and downhill and downfield like shots. That's my offense. The same offense that Joe Flacco ran and won the Super Bowl, basically. Except Cam Cameron ran way too many curl routes all the time. It was so predictable. But so I like Mac Jones for certain things, but just in the NFL, timing quarterbacks, you got to be on a different level. And while, yes, he times it right, it's just if anything goes wrong, he can't do anything about it. Like,
I know. And I was talking to this guy, now he covers the Raiders, but he talked the Niners, and he would have me on his show a lot. And there was this guy who was a huge advocate of, I forgot his name, was a big advocate for Mac Jones. And he was talking about, those Alabama, guys, they're really good. The national media hates on these quarterbacks. They don't give them. And I said, I don't hate Mac Jones. I think the way he plays will keep you limited. I agree. Basically, if he would have came over here, it would have been the same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo, 5 yards, and Mac Jones would have had look at. But you want a quarterback who's a little bit more dynamic, and that's why I'm a huge fan of Josh Allen. He's very mobile in the pocket. He's able to roll out. He can run to avoid the but he doesn't run like Lamar. But he has
big,
good
like
strong
6'5"
arm.
frame, like
Yeah.
Yep.
And Patrick Mahomes, like the stuff Patrick Mahomes does is a little bit like insane. But at the same time, I do make fun of Chiefs fans. If he didn't have Tyreek Hill, didn't have Andy Reid, their tight end, like he inherited a really good team.
He did. He did. I was a fan of him coming out of college. He reminds me of a guy I used to play with back in the day that, never really got the chance. He made bad decisions in his life. We'll just say that.
Yeah.
But just plays the same way, man. Just natural. Like he's out there having fun.
But at the same time, I'm not saying Patrick Mahomes is garbage. I think he does things that helps the team win, and the team also helps him win. So I think it's a perfect combination.
He shut a lot of people up this year, though, because when they traded the number 1 wide receiver, and he still went and did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to understand this article, so help me out.
Mm-hmm.
It says Albert Breer.
Albert Breer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know where this is going.
Big 49ers QB takeaway from NFL owners meetings. What do you think he's trying to say there?
I think he's talking about, like what, like his take on the owners meeting. Basically, he's like, all right, I'm going to write an article about the owners meeting, and I'm going to give you my opinion. Yeah,
I talked to Joe about it.
I'm not a big Albert Breer fan. Like everything he says is opinion. I remember, like he goes on Colin Cowherd, another guy I'm not a big fan of, and every time people talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, he's like, he's not a bad quarterback. The fans do not understand football, So like he makes opinionated pieces, and then at the same time he does criticize, So like when he talked about the Niners, he's saying that. You have a good quarterback. You have a flashy quarterback in Trey Lance, but like what are the Niners trying to do? So Albert Breer is an opinionated guy. He's not a journalist. He's an opinionated guy. He just writes opinions. So
I told Joe a lot was going to happen at these owner meetings. Like it's just historically speaking, a lot of deals do get done right now with those owner meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah, he what it says, like he thinks Brock Purdy should be the quarterback unless Trey Lance or Sam Darnold blows Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch away, Unless he do real good and blow their minds.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, like Niner fans just expect Trey to start. We'll see what he does. And so and I like Trey. Hopefully he can prove me, or not just prove me, but prove to everyone that, and I'm so glad he said this on Rich Eisen. He says, I don't want to be given the job. I want to earn it. So Trey Lance, shout out to him. 22, 23, this kid is smart. I'm 10 years older than him. And the way he talks is like he's been in the NFL like for 5 years. Like the way he talks is like it's not about him. It's about the team.
He came from a small school, man. They just different in like the small school systems because you don't get that big stage. You're not at Bama. You're not at Oregon, in these huge stadiums that are almost as big as NFL. He was
offered a scholarship to play for Minnesota, which he really wanted to play so bad. But he wanted to play quarterback. They're like, we really like you like a defensive back, because I think he also played some defense in high school. So he bet on himself. I'm going to bet on myself. I'm going to go to a Division II school. He redshirted his first year. Like, imagine if he didn't redshirt his freshman year. So, but
I watched him a little bit. I'm a CCU guy. I grew up in in that area, so I'm always repping CCU, and of course CCU got knocked out by them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
So,
I think y'all got some good quarterbacks though. Between those two and then Sam Darnold, y'all are in a good situation.
I know, like again, I hate USC, but Sam Darnold was like the most pro-ready guy, and it's just unfortunately he went to the Jets.
He went to a bad organization.
Yeah, so and I think Sam Darnold is like the Jimmy. Like I think he's just there, because and that's what I said. We need a veteran who I think he's had like 5 years as a starter. Numbers don't look good. I get it, but you have someone that has some skills, and if Kyle really likes those guys in the pocket, Sam Darnold fits that mold. And you got Brock Purdy. Unfortunately, he has to rehab that arm, and you got Trey Lance. So our quarterback room may not be Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, like the big names, but there's talent there, and we should be kind of excited. So
I think he's hungry, and that's a good thing. God forbid Shanahan gets Lance hurt again. Darnold's looking to be the next Geno. To be the next Jared Goff again, basically the revival of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the timeline on Purdy's injury?
So if everything goes perfect, when the Niners and the NFL are cutting players and the 53-man roster, he would be cleared by a doctor to do any football activities. But the week after that is Thursday Night Football, so he won't have training camp, he won't have preseason, so you can't rush him in and just put him at the starting job, because what if it's it needs some time. So that's why Kyle said just anticipate week 4 where he could be ready to be in a jersey for game action. So Trey Lance is starting week 1.
Yeah.
So now if he gets a setback, okay, then it's going to be Darnold and Lance for most of the year. And hopefully, and again, like remember, I'm unbiased. As a 49er fan, I just want a quarterback to have consistent year after year with winning percentage, great passing numbers. I just want to see that. I'm tired of all these quarterbacks after Jeff Garcia.
I think as long as y'all get it back for the playoffs, I think y'all fine, because y'all got a team. The NFC, in my opinion, is so weak right now compared to the AFC.
Mm-hmm. But there's going to be a dark horse. Like I didn't think the Eagles were going to be the that good. I didn't know they were going to be, and they just blew expectations. Now
after like week 4, you knew.
Now Eagle fans hate me for this because I know some, but they're very toxic and they're very disrespectful. The ones that I know,
Eagle fans are like rated the worst fans in the NFL from what I've heard.
And I said, you guys had you guys had one of the weakest schedules, and he says. And they would say shoulda, coulda, woulda, which I don't know what the hell that means.
David McNiner. David McNiner, did you fall asleep on us? No border sports.
What up?
So
you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. So who out of Sam Darnold and Trey Lance, who you believe is gonna be our starting quarterback?
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance. Darwin, who you think should be our starting quarterback?
I mean, as long as everything's healthy for Trey, it should definitely be Trey. Like,
David McNiner, are you Backwards, are you?
I'm back. I was taking a shower, buddy.
Oh.
Who gave you permission?
Anyway, what I missed?
I'm asked who should be starting quarterback out Sam Darnold and Trey Lance.
Trey Lance. Sam Darnold's been in the league a few years. You know, yeah, he's been on trash teams, but he hasn't proved anything. Trey Lance hasn't showed enough. So we literally, need to, and the kid needs to play. So the wise thing to do would be to get him reps. See what you got. After this season is when they have to make the decision on his 5th-year option. So it's really time for them to see what he has. It's time for us to see what he has.
Okay. David Midnighter.
Yo.
Who will be your quarterback out of Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson?
Man, I'm gonna have to go with the mushroom eating hippie that likes to sit in dark closets for 4 days, Aaron Rodgers.
He said mushroom eating.
On Joe's show, I said, what's the over under on how many mushrooms you think Aaron Rodgers did in his darkness retreat?
Oh man. I don't want to sound disrespectful, but if he has it, he needs help. CTE, because for some reason, like one day he woke up and he just acted so weird. So hopefully, yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. In Darnold's defense, I was looking something up. His final stretch of 5 games for the Panthers, he threw for 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns, and 1 interception, and also ran it in for 2 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. So it had some of his best football in the last games last year.
Well, he also was coached by Steve Wilkes, who's one of the most underappreciated coaches in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So if he does well this season, he could get a coaching job. And I don't know who said this. Someone was talking about this, that the Niners have become or former coaches who become coordinators are able to become coaches in the future and players revive their careers. I don't know who said that, but I have to kind of agree.
Y'all want to hear? We were talking about the Eagles earlier. Y'all want to hear the craziest stat I've ever seen in my life in regards to the Eagles? Do you know the Eagles were the key to who won the Super Bowl for literally 5 years straight? Whoever was the first team to beat the Eagles at home went on to win the Super Bowl, like I said, 5 years in a row. For a stretch of time. I only know because my Ravens were, when we beat y'all in for the Super Bowl, it was that season. We were the last ones that had the trend. But I'm telling you, crazy stat. I did a video on it one time.
Oh man, whatever.
Not to bring up old wounds.
Hey, it's what it is, man. It happened. I'm not a fan that's gonna hey, it happened. It's done. We can move on.
Yeah. Y'all are going to probably get yours before we get our next one. That's for sure.
You know what?
Hopefully.
I'm actually going to say a hot take. Okay. Pending injuries, I hope that does not happen. Whoever the quarterback is, if they stay healthy for the whole season, because the last time a quarterback, and it's a very low ceiling. If a quarterback can stay healthy for the whole year, has good numbers, we'll probably have a winning record. We could make it back to the Super Bowl. That's my hard take or controversial.
That's Bryant texting me. I didn't even know the dude had my number. Okay.
Ooh, I got a 49 scenario for y'all. All right, I'm knocking on wood before I even say these next words. God forbid Lance gets hurt again before the trade deadline. Do the Niners make a move for a quarterback? Case in point, Mac Jones or someone else. one of these other quarterbacks, if God forbid, if Lance gets hurt and Purdy's kind of, he's kind of coming back, but you don't want to rush him. Would you enter the market or try to ride it out with just Purdy and Darnold?
Well, last year is a great indicator when Trey got hurt. Now, yes, we had Jimmy, like right there. So, and then when Jimmy got hurt, we had Brock Purdy and we brought in Josh Johnson as the backup. So if hypothetically in another,
let's say like week 5, Purdy gets his leg taken out.
I think
Darnold didn't look good.
I don't think Kyle will bring in a quarterback, because even when we traded for Jimmy in 2017, like fans wanted Jimmy to suit up, and if it wasn't for an injury, I don't think Jimmy would have played in 2017. But because what's his name got hurt, he was forced to play. So I don't think Kyle wants to have a quarterback that he has to trade, in season and play him. Because one thing about Kyle, like I suffer from OCD, he must have OCD, so maybe he's just OCD about his play calling, because we've only had one coordinator, and he's in Miami now. We don't have an offensive coordinator. He's very protected of that play sheet. So,
what do y'all think? Would you enter the trade market?
No.
No.
For who?
No, because number one, you're talking by the trade deadline, and that's more than likely we're going to have Brock Purdy back by then. And then we have, we already have Sam Darnold, so it would just be a need to pick up a third QB that's more capable than Josh Johnson.
Mm-hmm. Now, he also said if Brock Purdy, needed more time to rehab, that's why he was asking, should we trade somebody? That's why I answered the way I did.
Yeah, because so if it was week 5, I think y'all said hypothetically maybe like week 4 he would start getting cleared. So so week 5 he goes down, Darnold comes in, Darnold doesn't look that good. Like Darnold doesn't look like he could carry you in the playoffs. God forbid if Purdy went down again. Would you enter for Mac Jones for a 2nd round pick next year?
A 2nd round pick? I'd give him a 7th.
Oh, man.
Dirty. I think it's funny too. I don't know if my real name is actually Levi in real life, so I think it's always funny that y'all stadium is Levi Stadium. It's my stadium, bitches.
Well, it's named after the guy Levi who created the jeans.
Mm-hmm. So, I used to always get called Jeans Boy.
So
I was double checking, making sure y'all had real grass out there on the stadium and not that artificial stuff.
We use grass, but for whatever the reason, I hate our stadium because I'm a San Francisco. Well, I'm not from San Francisco. I grew up right next to the city. I'm from Daly City. A lot of people don't know that place. Yeah, but I live like a 5-minute drive from Candlestick Park. I went fishing out there. There's a national park out there to fish. So that was my childhood, that area. And then, I try my best not to talk about this. Yeah, the city, SF, they have, views. And, the mayor at the time, who's the current governor, who nobody likes in the state, basically stronghold the Yorks to financial the entire area because, and so he did what a city leader does, and the Yorks decided to play their game, and they said, well, our offices is in Santa Clara, there's land out there, we don't need to be in. So, both parties were wrong. So, and Levi Stadium is after almost a decade out there, the people don't want it. The city officials don't want it. Great America, which is right next to it, does not want it. And even though any person who says they're from Santa Clara that says people in Santa Clara do not like when there's concerts that end at 11 o'clock. They're all sleeping by 9, 10 o'clock. So they hate the stadium. So it's, Anyway,
Are y'all gonna get a new one?
now, unfortunately, our
That's all
dumb
the
owner is so
players.
cheap. Hey, NFL, give us $150 million. We want to retrofit the stadium for a soccer tournament that's going to be happening in 4 years. But that's a different argument for another topic.
What do you think, Double Sports? He's working on something else. So.
Yeah, looked like he was texting.
Billboard Sports, do you hear me?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out something on the website. What's up, man? I'm sorry.
Darwin asked the question again.
So I had to put out a hypothetical, God forbid, like Trey Lance goes down week 5. Sam Darnold comes in, doesn't look too great. Like, do you make that trade for Mac Jones for maybe like a second or bring somebody in? Because Purdy's probably not going to be ready like week 5. Or are you comfortable riding with Purdy, maybe late in the playoffs and bringing nobody in?
Wait. Well, Purdy should be back. Okay,
Like what,
so if
week
Purdy
4?
can't start week 1, then they'll probably put him on IR. So we probably won't get him back till week 6, 5 or 6?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah,
They got a few different designations now.
I would just ride it out until Purdy came back. No, I'm not bringing in Mac Jones.
But going into the playoffs, to be fine with Purdy and Darnold?
I guess you have to be, unless Trey's coming back. You know what I mean? Who's to say Trey's going to be season ending? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. Yeah, like I said, just throwing hypotheticals out
So
there.
his hypothetical was like, say Purdy needs more
I think
time.
you also know we've got to draft. We've got to get some sort of quarterback, either in the draft or undrafted free agent, just for a camp body. And I'm sure they'll keep them on the practice squad. So that'll be, a guy who can come in if need be, move up. Not to say that they're going to play, but it's, it's the Josh Johnson, the guy you don't expect to come in, but just in case he's there, he's there. Josh Johnson was scared.
You just actually reminded me. Did y'all see the new rule regarding quarterbacks that they tried to pass? Like basically you could have an extra quarterback on roster.
I think they need to
find it.
I think they need to make it so you can activate a quarterback on the roster, but it's from the practice squad. And like you can keep that quarterback on the practice squad or something like that, where they don't have to be like active part of your 53. You know what I mean? I think that's what the teams really want. They're not to be a part of the 53 active squad, but also I don't want anybody sniping my third quarterback. So I think there's going to be some sort of like you can't touch this guy. You might even be able to send him straight to the practice squad without somebody catching waivers.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking.
And that's what they talked about. They're talking about it. They supposedly have tabled it, but the rules changed. They want to be able to carry one additional quarterback for each game, like you're saying, that does not count against the roster.
Did they say in whatever you're looking at how many people voted to table it? What was the? Because that might be something interesting to know.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't give me the vote; it just says it was tabled. But of course, your general manager John Lynch was very active in this discussion.
I'm sure he was.
Reasons.
I think it would help out. Like some people are like, oh, hey, why don't we just do what the NHL does? And I'm like, yeah, but that goalie is supposed to play, is able to play for either team. You know what I'm saying? And you're talking about a quarterback knowing certain people's offenses. There's no way you could just have somebody come in off the street, you know what I mean, and just suit up as your third string quarterback. That's the reason why Christian McCaffrey couldn't be the quarterback in the NFC Championship because of the verbiage. He doesn't, he only knows his stuff that he's supposed to key on, not every single person on the line and what that play means.
Yeah. Reading this article, I found the counter argument, and I would love to know which owner, GM. So some teams voice concern that other teams abuse the rule by having a reserve quarterback participate on special teams. Who is gonna? So they're worried about an extra quarterback, the third quarterback, being abused and being a special teams player.
That's funny. That's the first time I hear anything about.
So just
that's reported by NBC Sports, by the way.
They don't want
If
it
he can
in fake
tackle?
plays. They don't want them in fake plays. So they don't want to they don't want your backup quarterback coming in like all your like punt plays or anything like that, so where it could be a direct snap to them and they could throw to a first down. I see that. You know what I'm saying? Make it for just, you got to be there on offense. You know what I'm saying?
They tabled it. They didn't like shut it down. I think, like you were saying, they got to work out some details. Because what if someone just comes? Bill Belichick would come and snipe your quarterback the day before the game.
The only thing I'm thinking you could do is they could be a snap, or not a snapper, but a holder. For like field goal or something like that. That's the only way I think on special teams they should be used. If it's some sort of a holder.
No, man. If they can like run and actually tackle someone, no, I'm totally messing. That would be hilarious.
Lamar Jackson, special teams MVP.
Oh my goodness!
Sorry.
Who would put during the kickoffs or punts a quarter? Never mind.
Dude, have y'all seen how the XFL's doing it on the kickoffs? By the way.
Oh yeah, that's stupid.
Like what they like line up like 10, 20 yards away and
yeah, but that makes no sense at all. Remember, like I've said this to YTC, they're experimenting. I don't know what they're trying to do, but if they continue to do that, the NFL's going to get an idea and make it even more dumb.
Yeah, I don't like the onside kick idea.
So I honestly saw the kickoff, and I think what it is when the NFL kicks off, those guys are all running full speed. And then you have a bunch of collisions going on, right?
Yep.
So the way the XFL does it, the collisions aren't as fast and as hard, but it still looks lame. Yeah. I honestly don't see it becoming a thing in the NFL,
Yeah. But I think it's part of being a man.
I think that's the concept, though. I think that's the concept behind what they're trying to do.
Let me give y'all a story. I played semi-pro football for a little bit. I played tight end and linebacker. And one day we were playing doing some special teams practice, and I was on special teams. We were a little short on bodies, so they lined up our like 6'7" left tackle that used to play for CCU as the center wedge, to really break open the formation. And he was lined up with me, and I hit him, and I literally bounced off and rolled backwards, went flying. That man leveled me. Pancake is an understatement, But you know what? You grow some, man. It's character building. I got up. I had a smile about it. My coach is like, "You picked the biggest dude." I'm like, "Well, I gotta try, man. I can't let him just come murder someone 40 yards downfield."
Yeah, I didn't play for team, but played in PE, and it was this one big guy, and they said, block him. I tried to block him. He picked me up and threw me down. Like a rag doll. I was like, oh, shit.
This shit ain't for me.
Hey, Corey, it was fun like always, man. I'm about to go have some dinner, but hey, Corey, if you need anything from me, or if you need me to help you with the trivia stuff, because I know you were worried about what happened, so I'm here for you, man. You got my information. I got your phone number, so just let me know if you need anything. I got your back, man.
Yeah.
But everyone, have a good night.
Have a good night.
You too, John Jay. Have a good night, buddy.
Good talk.
And before I go, F the Rams.
That's right.
So John Jay, never mind. Let me see. Any more?
Purdy on top and IR, that definitely would be a big conversation. Which one he's going to get put on?
It might be. I think we can put him on the pup list, but I honestly think it's going to be the short term.
I think
So 4 games, they can bring him back.
Yep.
But there's a lot yet to be seen, guys. You know, his rehab is just barely starting. There could be a step back. There's a lot that has to happen before that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Darwin,
Yes, sir.
who would you take out of Aaron Rodgers and your quarterback?
Oh man,
Lamar Jackson.
I'm gonna admit I'm slightly biased for younger players. So there is not, even though I've got my bones to pick with Lamar, ain't no way I would take Aaron Rodgers doing shrooms in the darkness over LJ8. Like I said, I got bones to pick with Lamar, but I think Lamar has potential to be number 1 in the NFL. Has he lived up to it? Questionable. But again, not all his fault. I don't know a single sports writer that's like Greg Roman last year was an innovative genius. You know.
I'm not a big fan of Greg Roman.
Yeah, he does good for 1 year, and then everyone has tape on him.
Yeah. No more sports. Who would you take out of Lamar and Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, I think you have to go with Lamar because I think if you're going to pay all that money, you should at least be able to keep him for longer. But I really think if you want to win 2 Super Bowls back to back, Aaron Rodgers is the guy because he knows, like he knows what the offenses are doing, he knows what the defenses are trying to do to him. Like I was watching Pat McAfee today, and they were talking about how he remembers stuff from a preseason game that they tried once. And then, 6 years later, they start to try it again. And he knows exactly where they're going, and he's defeating them. So that's the type of stuff he brings. If you compare that with Kyle's offense, like Aaron Rodgers can make all the throws, and he makes them perfectly. Our only issue is that he kind of stops playing when he gets hit, and we don't have the best offensive line. So that's the only downside to getting an Aaron Rodgers. But I would say
that his pressure rate doubled his past 2 years in Green Bay, and that was one of his issues there.
Oh, I'm sure.
Do y'all believe that that Green Bay, if they lose Aaron Rodgers, that Love can step in and be the quarterback that they think he's gonna be?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
David McNiner?
You know, I had the pleasure of watching him throw a lot of INTs in college. But he has been sitting on that bench for quite some time. He's had some playing time here and there. I don't think he's going to be great. I honestly think he'll be good, but he's not going to be Aaron Rodgers level. So they better think about putting a team around him if that's what their plan is.
No Border Sports?
What's up?
I say, do you think after, Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets, do you think, how I put it, that Love,
Jordan Love
is going to be the great quarterback for Green Bay?
Yeah, but I think he's trash.
What you think about Godwin? Darwin. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine, man. So I did a video where because I had a request from one of my guys where I did the cap work and I did the hypothetical if I was the GM of the Packers and how I would deal with everything. And like I believe like you said or I forgot his name. I said it earlier. You got to put some guys around him. They let Lazard go, and of course Lazard was wanted by Rodgers. Rodgers called out those receivers for not knowing their routes, and I've known several guys. Jerome Simpson, the guy that did the front flip into the end zone, he comes from CCU. I played with guys that were best friends with him. They said he got all the athletic talent in the world, but he can't learn the playbook, and he's out of the NFL now for that same reason. So they let him go. They didn't attack the tight end market. I think they're about to waste his rookie contract. I think he's got potential like Trey Lance, but I think he's going to have a hard time in Green Bay. And I think I predicted them being able to potentially fight for the conference. I think they finished at the bottom of the conference this year. It's going to be a bad, hard year for Packer fans. Maybe I'm wrong, but.
Yeah. Okay, who on the Niners would you take from us? And you didn't have to pay them. Niners said we'll pay them.
I mean,
and Ravens don't have to pay them. They can have it for free. Who would you take?
I mean, dude, we need Bosa. Like, I'm not 100% on Bosa, but you can't argue with the play. You know what I'm saying? Even though we could use a wide receiver, like you look at Debo, you look at Brandon Ayuk. Debo, I really feel like Debo and Christian McCaffrey are like the same player, but just one of them plays halfback and the other one's listed as a wide receiver. And we could use that help, but I got faith in some of our younger guys and the guys we're about to draft. I think Calais Campbell being, cap casualty of the Ravens. We've got a lot of young guys, but it's going to hurt. And I think pass rush wins championships, and we need another pass rusher. So I'd take Bosa in a heartbeat.
Another question. What free agent player that you lost think, oh man, you wish you could have signed them back? Brought them, could have signed them.
This season?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I think the argument would have to be between Ben Powers, our left guard, who ended up in Denver, one of the better pass blocking guards in the entire NFL last year, a homegrown talent with us, been with us for a while. Or, of course, like I was just mentioning, Calais Campbell, who left to go play with the Falcons. And I think that's a huge sign, by the way. Calais does not care about money. Calais wants a ring. Do you really see the Falcons winning a ring with Ritter right now? I think that is a telltale sign that the Falcons have a move planned out right now for somebody. I don't know who, but of course it could be Lamar. With that being said, I know it might be controversial, but man, I want Calais back. I love that dude. He was a Jacksonville Jaguar forever, but he was one of those ones I was like, I just want to win a Super Bowl for this man. He deserves it. And he didn't get it. And I don't know if he's going to get it in Atlanta. So I want Calais back. I think we got a plan for Ben Powers' departure. His name's Patrick McCary. He's our little Swiss Army knife. Signed him to extension a few years ago to play, and he's played every single position on the offensive line for us.
Yeah. Let me see.
Sorry, I talk so much.
No, it's cool. Because I can't think of any. It's helping me out.
We about to check out a website here.
Looking back over. What do y'all think for the 49ers? What would you consider position-wise your number one draft need?
Right tackle.
Right tackle, I agree. No border sports?
Yeah, right tackle or defensive end.
Right tackle, defensive end. I think y'all are going to be spoiled for choice, actually, at right tackle.
I honestly believe look, we have 11 picks, and this football team, 11 rookies, that's not going to happen.
I'll make a hot take right now. You package 2 of those third-round picks together to move up into the second to go get a right tackle. I'm trying to remember his name, but I have a feeling he's going to slip into the second and no later, and he's a stud, day one starter. Trying to find my notes on him.
It's not Blake Freeland, is it?
No, he's going to probably play more left tackle, I think. He's a technician from my understanding. That's the BYU kid, right?
Yep.
I have too many notes.
Yeah, he's just got to work on his footwork and maybe gain 10 pounds, which I'm currently working on doing that.
Yeah.
It really don't take that long to do.
It don't. And when I played a little bit, they told me, man, when you go to like that college and pro, your dietitian, how much you're eating, it's on a whole nother level. Like case in point, I told you I grew up in the same area as Hunter Renfrow. I played against him backyard football style. But when he went to Clemson, dude became a beast, like just whole different animal from what he was back in high school. Like, and that's that college effect, I'm telling you. Where are my notes on these tackles? It's not Broderick. It's not Anton. I'm going to have to look it up now. It's going to drive me nuts. I'm a big draft guy. Like, that is my thing. Like, I told Joe this when I was 2008. I was in Disney World, my grad night trip in high school. And, we were all in the parks having fun. And they were like, I went back to the hotel. They're like, Levi, where are you going? I said, man, draft's about to start. I ain't missing the draft. So I was in Disney World. I went back to my hotel to go watch us draft Joe Flacco. But Dawan Jones might actually slip into the second round, the right tackle from Ohio State. Because their other left tackle, I think, is going to get taken early, if I'm not mistaken. Or am I got this mixed up? I might have this mixed up. Yeah, Paris Johnson's going first. But so Dawan Jones, right tackle, 6'8", 359, Ohio State. Might be a late day 2 pick, they're saying. I could see the 49ers packaging at least one of those third-round picks, if not 2, and jumping up into the second for that guy. Because if you say you need right tackle, there's probably no better right tackle, especially for a run team. Let's see.
Okay, David McNiner.
Yo.
Maybe not, though.
Who would you take as your quarterback out of James Richard Garoppolo or Derek Carr?
Derek Carr. I mean, I've seen enough of James Richard Garoppolo. With the weapons we have and, the team we have, I honestly think Derek Carr would do better than James Richard.
Okay. No border sports?
Yeah.
Who would you take out, Derek Carr or James Richard Garoppolo?
Derek Carr. I know what I got in Jimmy. I'd rather have Derek Carr.
Straight in your life.
Darwin, same question.
Hey,
I'm
Corey.
sticking with Derek Carr too. Oh, God.
Hey, Corey, check the private chat. There's a link in there. You might want to share that link. Show everybody.
Hey, my boy Corey's got a website.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. Okay.
But I would take Derek Carr as well. Kind of like what he's saying. I feel like I know a little more what I have in Jimmy G. I feel like Derek Carr kind of was limited by the big, his coach a little bit. And I think I think he's got a bigger arm than Jimmy. So I love arm strength.
I might even be able to make that that internet address, the URL. I might even be able to make that into a URL, but it's pretty short already, which I'm pretty happy with that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Congrats, Corey, by the way.
You're gonna have to, hey Darwin, you're gonna have to come in here and start participating in some of these quizzes, because then I can put you on the website. Like if you look at the website, like you can go click on my little No Border Sports, it'll take you right to my YouTube channel.
Okay. I know I needed to be doing more. I'm been so lazy on my channel. Part of my problem is my PC is like 10 generations old. My stuff is like dying. I need a full rebuild so bad. I originally, like I said, I started on Twitch as a game streamer.
Gotcha. I got a $300 Walmart laptop. Actually, it's less than 300. I think I walked out of there probably, after tax, it was, like 311 or 312.
I don't get what it is. There's some stuff that I'm super limited on. But I started gaming originally, like League of Legends. Some game modes I made it to like the top 2% on the NA server. Like I want to do more.
I had a buddy who used to, he was always good at video games, but one of the things he was just amazing at was Civilization. And it was such a tough game. Bro, he had 2 accounts in the top 10 on Teams.
That's impressive.
That is freaking impressive, bro. I don't know if you know how hard that is, but I was like,
I know a little bit about Civilization. It's literally on my Xbox and my PC right now.
Bro, he was so good that when Civ Revolution came out, they gave us a demo, and I think it was like 20 turns or something like that. And he's nuking people before the end of the demo. And I'm like, I was in the room with him, and I'm like, I don't understand how you're doing this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm literally watching him do all that, and I don't understand how he's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It was so, like, I learned so many strategies from him. I love Civilization. It's
a fun game, honestly. I feel you on that. I grew up kind of playing like war strategy games a lot myself.
I was a Civil War reenactor when I was a kid. Okay. My mom thought she was my mom thought she lived many lives, and she was a man / like a general in battles, throughout her times. So like we're Civil War reenactor, and she's like, "Oh, honey," she's like, "I just read Sherman's memoirs." She's like half of the book is all troop movements. And I was just thinking, like, Mom, that's the coolest thing is the troop movements. Is like, if you really were a general, back in all these lives, you would be more interested in the troop movements. You know what I mean? Why you anchoring your line to a river? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's lots of things, that come along that people don't understand. And that's how you pick them up, is by
you got to know your history.
Guys that know. Yeah. Yeah.
Like Corey talks about earlier, and I jumped in. I was like, everything happens for a reason. I spent my entire life prepping military service. Like most kids were like reading fantasy books. I was reading World War II strategy books, and I spent my entire life. I did 7 semesters of ROTC. I did 2 years of CAP. I logged flight hours while I was still in high school. And then my senior year, they're like, yeah, you have a genetic problem with your knees. Disqualified. But I tell you what, man, it just means I wasn't supposed to go to Afghanistan.
I dipped into the Marine Corps before 9/11. I failed my UA. I was going active infantry, bro.
And I was going infantry as well. I was going to kick doors.
They were like, I told them, I said, look, if I'm going to join the Marines, like, I want to do some shit. I want to jump out airplanes or do something like that. They were like, okay, how about landing beach coordinator, right? Because my ASVAB was up there. And I was like, okay, landing beach coordinator. He's like, yeah, sometimes they'll tether you to the bottom of a helicopter, and then they'll just fly you in. You just unhook. And I was like, oh, that is so the shit I want to do. You know what I mean? Like that is like man shit right there. And yeah. So then they were like, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, you can't have glasses." And I was like, "Oh, thanks, guy."
Yeah, they did eventually start like medically cutting down anything, and if you had any type of issue.
So this is Corey's channel right here, website right here. But this is a link to his YouTube channel. This is a link to his Facebook. That's a link to his Twitter. This is when he's streaming. You can change these up. This is obviously 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock. I should have put Pacific Standard Time, but whatever. It's Niners. Corey's bio. You click on David McNiner's face right here. You go to his channel. You click on John Jay's image. You go there. All these links work. Same thing. You get to hear that again, and then you can go right back to the top again.
Everything helps. It's one of those ones I was like, I've got so much time where I'm sitting in front of this computer. I feel like I'm just trying to make something out of nothing. Might as well half the time, I don't know why y'all got into it.
So there you go, Corey.
Thank you.
Now you set up.
Mm.
And I sent you some links. I don't know. For me to add you on the team, I got to pay money per month. So I think I put a link in there, and you can edit it, I believe, and then I can go and republish it. You know what I'm saying?
I hope so. I don't know.
I'll show you how to kind of do things on another time. Okay, we're not live. I'll bring it up and we'll play with it a little bit.
I'm actually running through right sure now, making sure I'm subscribed to everyone. I guess I wasn't subscribed to No BS.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, I know. No. It was never mind. It was 49ers Ultimate. Sorry, I was already subscribed to you.
You're good, John Jay. Yeah.
I'm sharing it in the chat too. I'll put a link in the chat. Is that all right with you, No Butter?
Yeah, that's your website, bro. Get it out there, homie. I want you to I want you to wow all your family members. Talk about you got a website? I got a website. And make sure you send it to all them Raiders relatives of yours.
We got to get Grossi to raid you one day.
Oh, Grossi raided.
I got raided by him 4 times this past year. 4 times, bro.
My buddy Beto, somebody had just hijacked his channel.
Mm-hmm.
And he thought he wasn't going to get it back, so he started a new channel. And in the middle of starting the new channel, he's seeing how slow the subs are coming in. And he's just kind of like, oh, this is going to take forever. And so he was kind of, like doubting himself, and he was thinking about giving it up. And we're streaming to like, 6, 7 people talking about the game. And next thing you know, I see Grossi Posse or something like that. And I'm like, wait,
the Grossi Posse.
I'm like, huh? And then my buddy's like, bro, there's like 50 of them. And I was like, huh? And I look at the number. I was like, oh shit. And I'm like,
bro, they roll hard.
Yeah. And I was like, bro, hit the like and subscribe. Appreciate it. I started trying to tell him, hey, homie just got his thing jacked. So please give him a like and subscribe, make him feel better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I went back and I said, what up to, well, I didn't say what up, but I don't know if it was on Twitter or one of his videos, but I went in the chat and I was like, hey, I want to thank you and your community. You really made my homie feel better. You know what I'm saying? Like,
dude, he's really cool. He's really cool. I like
Perna.
My first time Lily was, I like Perna too, actually.
Perna's my guy. If I had to pick one to drink a beer with, it's going to be Perna.
I feel you on that. Yeah, my first time I was just doing a game, and I was like literally halftime, dude, like had one person in my chat. I was like, all right, guys, like I think I'm about to call. Like I was like, I'm not in the mood today. Just sit here and talk to no one, And all of a sudden, Grossi has entered the channel, and like 500 people came in with him and blew my channel up. And then as I changed my channel every week and put in work, he kept. And the last time he came back into me, I was watching his halftime show where he started rating people. So I was watching him as he rated me. We were having a good Inception moment.
Oh wow!
Like, and that's why like I'm trying so hard to capitalize. He's rated me 4 times this past season, and every time I'm like, I did not capitalize as much as I should have been. But I gained like 100+ subscribers almost instantly from just the one raid.
I'm sure. Like, I don't know. I've been going. Well,
My highest view count though is 10,000 views, and sadly, it has nothing to do with football. My first video on YouTube was a tutorial for World of Warcraft Classic.
I've got 18,000 on a video.
That's good, honestly. That's really good.
It was a Trey Lance highlight reel. It was one of my firsts, and it was just because Trey Lance was hot. And I was like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kind of before I go make highlight reels again, which I think I could be all right at, because I got some new things I want to do. I just want to make them better.
How do you do it with licensing? That's my issue. Like,
oh, you don't worry about that stuff. You're just gonna get hit. You're just gonna get hit, bro. So this is the way I see it. As long as you're not striking my channel, I don't give a crap. Something like those highlight reels, it's gonna bring my channel exposure. So I don't care about, I'm not even monetized anyway. So I don't care about them not monetizing the video. You know what I mean? It's more of letting people know I'm here and I got stuff for them. You know what I mean?
See, that's what I've been terrified is like, not just like, because of course I'm not monetized either, but I'm like terrified that they strike you like for the future or something.
So I've played, I used to have we used to do something called Chilling at the Spot, and we would play rap and hip hop and all that stuff at night in the weekends. Well, I'm guessing Sony or somebody didn't like the fact that I was playing one of their songs, and they literally like cut out a portion of the video, and then they totally took it down, right? And then I just deleted it because I was like, well, if it's going to be this much trouble, why even have it on, right? But I don't have any kind of thing like that. Like if I get enough watch hours and enough subscribers tomorrow, I can go monetize. So like that was the harshest thing they've done to me, and still I haven't gotten a bad strike.
I might have to think about it more.
But you got to
doing Game Pass.
Yeah. And also like probably the best thing for your type of channel, not necessarily the highlight reel, but more probably like going over tape. But you're probably going to want a better computer for that, because it is not good when you've got a slow / old computer and you're trying to live stream yourself and run tape on it. It's like choppy as hell.
And pull stats and everything. I actually had one coverage I was doing pretty well, just running through draft prospects and tape basically, and I blue screened to death out of nowhere, and then I spent like 5 days trying to get my PC back up and running.
Bro, that's why I always got me a tablet. I can have things on there, you know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. I can go through certain windows, and then yeah.
I do love tape breakdown too. I've reached out to Baltimore. My dream job, like in football, would be a scout. 100%. I love watching tape. We got David in the chat.
I love watching offensive and defensive line tape. I'm the coach for Cirque.
What's up, Medina?
I see David Corona's got a Christian McCaffrey jersey.
Yeah, you like that?
Did you see it, David?
Yeah, I did. I like that. That's pretty cool.
You saw the website?
Yeah, I just seen it right now. That was cool.
Once you get your channel up, bro, I'll link your channel to your thing, so people can just click on it and go straight to your channel.
Yeah,
so
I probably won't do a channel. It's too hard for me.
All right. Well, if you ever do, man, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you want me to? Are you on social media? Do you want me to link? Do you want me to click it?
I could give you my email.
I don't know. I don't know if I can link it to email. I could link it to like a Facebook. I could link it to a Twitter.
Nah, I don't got none of those.
Okay.
Smart man.
Yeah, pretty much.
I can give you my email. Say if you want me on your show or whatever.
I don't know if Corey's email even works on the thing. I think it's just I gotta check.
Because he sent me an email last time, and I came on it.
Corey's email address isn't even like a link. It's just saying what it is.
Yeah, it's up to
so
you.
I can't bind it. That's the thing. I can't bind it to something if it's not a link.
Oh, okay.
It's something has to be used in junction with it, and I don't have anything to like set that up because I don't.
I can send him this link through his email. You could do it. You just like I just did, copyright it, copy the link, and then go to his email and hit paste and paste it there. But now I'm wondering, Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I put it where I could just go to it?
What do you mean?
Like if let's see, where I can save it to, or is it go through your
like to edit it or just to find it again?
Just to find it again.
Go up to your bookmarks or your favorites.
McNinus in first place, huh?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, David. I'm trying to explain on this. So up on the toolbar up top, next to where like you would enter in the address, it should have like a plus and a star, and it says add that channel to the favorites, and then or it should say something like that. I think I'm on Bing right now. And then right next to that, it says favorites. So then if you add the channel to the favorites and then you go back to try and find it, it will go up there. I also have I can also send you the link, bro, too. I can tweet it to you. DM you.
So you don't do say if I want to come on your channel, you don't do email?
No, what I'm saying is that there's no way for me to set it up to where somebody just clicks your picture and it automatically generates an email.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, essentially all I'm doing is binding a link to an object on the page. Yeah. And so an email isn't a link, it's an address. Yeah. And essentially you got to find some kind of envelope and to put the letter in to send it there. And so by clicking the button, there's no way for it to generate essentially an envelope with the address already on it and then for you to write. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see McNinus in first place. That's right.
Yeah, that's coming for you. And that could be debated because he has answered more questions than John Jay, but has, more losses or more wrong answers than him, but also has more correct ones by one. So I just was like, you know what? I'm just going to go by how many they got right. And that's just how I'm going to do it. Cause I started looking at it as like, you could go by percentage. You could go by this or that. You know what I mean? So I was like, I'll let you do that. I just organized it for what was good for now. If you wanted to revamp it, you can.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I'm not good at math and percentages and stuff. So
the way you're keeping track, I think the best way to do it would be like to divide the wins or divide the correct into the incorrect, and then you'd figure out like the numbers scale. You know what I mean?
I know me, you, and McNinus, we've been answering all the questions. I know John Jay, he missed the first like 8 or 9 questions the first week. So Yeah. Yeah, I like how you did that. That was pretty cool.
And you could also it works on mobile phones too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on the mobile phone right now.
Yep. So you can it just kind of is just one big long essentially strip on a mobile phone.
Yeah.
Go check this out.
You like my little 49er guy?
Yeah, I seen that. I was like, man, he put everything on there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that looks classy. That looks classy on the phone.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. Yep, that's cool. Hell yeah. How you do those things? Like you just edit it and you like put the pictures in it and like you made like a little page or
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you do?
Yeah. You just kind of gotta
know what you're doing.
Well, you got to know what's available to you. You kind of got to know how things kind of act with one another, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
You gotta know your colors. You gotta have your colors palette, you know. It helps to be a little bit of an artist.
Yeah. I was gonna send you the picture I got on, but it's like, nah, this is a sport channel. So I sent my Christian McCaffrey jersey.
One of the biggest things after you start learning how to do this is just essentially how to be more efficient.
Yeah.
So like your guys' like everybody's tabs that has the name and all that stuff on there.
Right.
I just created one window like that, filled everything out, and then I duplicated that multiple times, and then I went back in there and just changed everything in there. So I didn't have to go in, put a square in there, and then put the stop sign on top of it, or the whatever you call it, the fucking, you know what I mean? Put the shape on top of it, add the text. You know what I mean? I just put that in there, duplicated it. So
yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we still live, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still live.
Thank you, John Jay.
All right. I gotta hit the sack, guys. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me, Corey. You guys take it easy, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go Niners. Go Niners.
Niners.
And F the Lambs.
Yep. Fuck the Lambs.
Appreciate it.
49ers have at the moment way too early 15th hardest schedule next year in the NFL. Right about dead in the middle. Fun fact.
Yeah.
Way too early though. The draft's going to dramatically change the landscape because there's going to be some trades going down.
And who knows? Like,
what's up with Baltimore? What Baltimore doing?
Say what?
What's Baltimore doing? Have they did anything yet?
It's still just the hostage game right now.
A rating game.
Yep, it's just I think it's going to be a last minute deal thing. I'm not sure what, but you weren't here earlier. We talked a little bit about earlier. I think the Falcons are the dark runners, not dark runners, but like the Calais Campbell signing. I'm telling you, they've got
a big loss.
The thing is, we couldn't afford it, but Calais wants a ring. So Calais is Ritter a Super Bowl quarterback yet? No.
What team did he go to?
Atlanta. So that's what I'm saying.
That's a bad thing.
Atlanta's got something in plan for quarterback, and I think it's Lamar, but I just think it doesn't get done till the draft. But I think the Colts are slowly starting to lean
pick
on
up
it
too.
now.
And the Commanders too.
Yeah. Joe actually put it to me on his channel. He said, what do you think about this? Dan Snyder giving one big last FU to the owners before he sells the team and gives Lamar the contract just like was it Haslam or whatever in Cleveland, gives basically a Deshaun Watson larger contract just as a big FU to all the other owners and then sells his team.
Yeah.
I think it's could be an interesting story to keep an eye on. But what were you saying? No border.
Yeah, I was saying that. Look, like, who cares? Like, the strength of schedule, like it doesn't really mean anything at this point in time, because at the start of last year, everybody was thinking the Broncos were going to be a Super Bowl contender.
And they didn't do crap.
Yeah, so there's always something, who the 49ers in some circles weren't even looked at like they're going to do good last year. You know what I mean?
Jay.
What's up?
So there,
I just finished my dinner.
I didn't expect the Niners to be that good, to be honest with you. Like over here on the East Coast.
So to me, the strength of schedule thing really doesn't matter till you're like halfway through the season. You know what I mean? And there's some sort of you got an understanding of what the teams are actually doing. And even then, you know what I mean? You can have a team that was doing bad that goes on a hot streak and halfway through the season, like 49ers. Look, how many did we go undefeated there at the end? Catch a hot streak.
Did you expect to basically go undefeated?
Yeah.
Imagine
we started out 3-5.
Picked up Lamar Jackson. That'd be crazy.
The Titans are another one to keep an eye on, if I'm not mistaken. So let me double check here before So yeah, the thing with the Titans, they're kind of in a bad cap situation. They already messed up their wide receivers a little bit. But if they straight just after June 1st even cut Ryan Tannehill, $27 million in cap savings.
Damn.
Just from cutting him. So they could easily move on from Tannehill and move with but now they do have, I believe it's Malik Davis. I always get him twisted up.
Yeah, he's not that good.
Malik Willis, my apologies.
Yeah, Malik Willis, yeah.
Yeah, Liberty University quarterback. Kind of like a smaller Justin Fields, in my opinion. Came from a smaller school. But again, they could move on from Tannehill like that if they truly wanted to. And I think that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't pay. I don't know about y'all. Would you pay Tannehill $27 million to be on your roster next year?
No, I would scream when we were paying Jimmy $26 million.
Exactly. For Tannehill? Yo, you can go sign with Tyler Huntley for $7 million and the Ravens can't match it right now.
So
right. But I think they're stuck on that contract. Like they're stuck with him at least for this year. That's the feeling I got from what I was hearing. But I'm not.
I heard the running back from the Titans might. There's a lot of rumors about he might go to the Kansas City Chiefs. Henry.
Oh, no way! That's
what a lot of rumors about.
All right, Corey, I dropped your website on my community tab and on my Instagram, so my followers can check it out.
Okay. I just got to figure out how to save it and where I can go straight to it. I'm still trying to figure that out.
I'll send you the link in your Instagram right now.
And I also DM'd you the website link in your messages. So
okay,
if you need to, you can, after the show, you can, do a little YouTube video on how to figure out how to save that link so you can go back to it. What browser are you using? Google?
What
browser are you using?
No
I
clue.
think it's on Google.
Very interesting about that Ryan Tannehill contract too. So it's going to hit 36.6 million cap hit this year, right? Next year, his cap hit 9.2 million.
That's crazy.
So he goes from like a starter pay, getting like Matt Ryan money going, and then getting backup pay next year.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So guys, what happened with D Ford?
Oh,
Back.
I'm looking at your all's cap numbers right now, and I'm like, what happened with that?
So
He's back.
So for whatever the
Ford's
reason,
back?
No, his back. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, his back. Yeah, he hurt his back.
like was it 2018 when he had a Pro Bowl season, and then the Niners traded for him, and
he came from KC, right?
Yeah, Kansas City, and we gave up I think a second rounder for him. I know Emmanuel Sanders was the third rounder, but there was so much expectations. Like they were like propping this guy up, and then for the first 8 games, he lived up to the expectations. And then one day, it was a day game at Levi's, and then something happened. He walks off the field and never returned.
Hurt his back.
But then he returned for the playoffs and then was able to play through the playoffs. And then the following year, all the back issues, all the everything. And what if he would have stayed healthy?
Yeah, it looks like he was drafted by the Chiefs, and then y'all gave him the contract.
And
I was looking at your dead money, and 8.5 million he's still hitting y'all for.
I know.
Jimmy Ward, 6.3 million hitting y'all this year.
Yep.
That's like Alex Amos actually for the Packers.
I know, like a lot of the money that we could have is dead money, and I remember my very first year on YouTube, everyone was like complaining about the Armstead contract, and I said, we're probably going to be stuck with him for a while because of the dead money.
Yeah, you voided the last 2 years of his deal basically already in restructures.
Yeah. So, whatever. Anyway, at the end of the day, like, he's not bad. It's just the money that they gave him. Like, I'm a traditionalist when it comes to football. If you do not live up to your contract, you are a bust. Mm-hmm. If you're drafted in the first round and you're supposed to be really good, and for whatever the reason you do not pan out, you're a bust. And again, it's not that we're hating on you. It's just that there
was a bar set.
Yeah, because there's an expectation. Like when it comes to the quarterbacks, of course, the quarterbacks get a little bit too much hate because when they're drafted. And I don't know if you ever heard of Jim Trotter from the NFL Network. I've actually spoke with him, but not on stream. And Jim Trotter says since 2010, the top 10 quarterbacks were drafted in the top 10. 75% of them are bust, and 25% are still on their 5th year contract, meaning that they made it to their 5th year contract. Any first-round quarterbacks that are drafted after the 15th pick have a 75% chance of success because of, where those teams are a playoff team. So you're basically saying that if
coming to a better situation.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that's just how it is in the NFL. Like Ryan Tannehill, when he was in Miami, he was a 500 quarterback. He was 8-8. Then he goes to Tennessee and lights it up, and then has some quality years. But then you see why he was a 500 quarterback. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to quarterbacks, I'm not saying I'm the best at scouting. I just know who is the most ready and who's a project and who's going to be a bust. And I've been kind of right. I was the only person that predicted that Russell Wilson was going to have a long career. So
It's definitely. I don't trust a lot of these people that's. I hate to sound like that sometimes, but that their quarterback analyst because I watched some of the tapes. They're like, oh, look at this great throw. I'm immediately looking at this throw, going, man, look at the level of competition. Well, look who's that corner. What's that matchup? I actually I used tape. We had a left tackle named James Hurst, came from UNC. And like when I watched his tape, the technician, there was one game against USC where he played against Clowney and he shut Clowney down. Now the guy had his issues. He was never going to be a starter in the NFL, but it's just one of those ones used properly and game plan properly. And so I don't know, man. I just don't trust them half the time on what they say. And I agree with you. Like, I feel like I've had a lot of good calls on my quarterbacks. But one of the guys, like I said, he mentioned it earlier in the video, Bajan, whatever his name is. Keep an eye out on that kid. I feel like he's going to make some waves. And he's going to be a really late pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My quarterback, who I really like, had a very bad national championship game or
tell me about it.
The BCS playoffs is Max Duggan or whatever.
Oh, BYU kid.
No, from TCU.
Oh, TCU. Yeah. Sorry.
And he had an awful national championship game or BCS playoff, whatever. They didn't win it was Georgia.
Yeah, they were just outclassed a little bit. Like
they went back to back.
He basically played on a pro style West Coast offense system, and the reason why I like him is, again, I'm not saying that the West Coast offense is elite because Bill Walsh, 49ers, that's a good offense to learn. Like basically, it's a good pro offense, teaches you you look very accurate. So like if you're a team that needs a quarterback, like a backup quarterback, and you have a West Coast offense system, that's a guy you should, just draft, or if he's not drafted, sign him. I'm not saying he's Brock Purdy. I'm saying that he's a good player to have if you run a West Coast offense system and you need a backup.
You think that quarterback from Georgia, you think he's gonna make it? You think he's gonna make it to the NFL?
Oh yeah, he's gonna be a Raven.
Oh yeah, right.
Because we got Todd Monken. He's gonna be a Raven. I'm telling you.
Either he's a late, like I don't know, like if a team will be desperate, a late day 2, but for sure a day 3 pick. He'll be a day 3 pick.
Absolutely.
And so he'll be drafted. The problem is, and I don't know if it's my biases, but I've seen so many quarterbacks who were winning national championships, played in like big playoff college games, really good, big programs. And if for whatever the reason they don't pan out, I don't know why. And I said it earlier, Matt Leinart played in a bunch of Rose Bowl games.
Oh, yeah.
And he went to the Cardinals. It was a disaster. He wasn't good. And of course, the Cardinals are not good, but he wasn't good. I think he had a 5-16 record.
You know what surprised me? So Duggan, like I said, I've got like notes. So like I said, I graded like every single throw from every single drill. I expected him, because of the West Coast, to be good. His slant routes were really sloppy. I don't know if he wasn't on the same page as the wide receivers. He really recovered though on like these 12-yard outs and what they called rolled ins, these like more of these middle range throws. But then when they got to that, like what they call a bench route, or like kind of a option corner, like a loose corner, he again kind of struggled on these deeper balls. And looking at his total depth of throws on like the just, chuck it, farthest ball went 35. He throws it with a lot of air under it, which from what I was listening to, I remember the GMs were talking about, they kind of like it because it gives your guy a chance to make a play on the ball, basically. Whereas they were criticizing Levis because he didn't put enough air on it. He puts a more on a line like a dart.
Yeah,
but that's not that good though. See the balls in the air and the like the quarterback like on him, and the ball's still up there, It's gonna be a long time to the wide receivers to get the ball. You know what I mean?
I know.
So,
Like the 3 attempts I have here, he hit 40, 39, and 35. To put that in comparison to Levy's, Levy's hit 35, 30, and like I think 38 or 35 again.
What about that quarterback from Ohio State?
Stroud, dude. Honestly, the second Stroud, dude, he looked every part. He actually, if I'm not mistaken, had the longest throw of the combine. He put it all the way down to the freaking 27.
I know.
So he looked good, huh?
No,
he looked good.
I know. I was watching the pro day, and of course, you know, the Purdue quarterback and Will Levis were like the fans. You know, there are 10,000 people watching.
O'Connell, the Purdue guy, right?
So
looked pretty good actually.
And that guy from the Luke something, that tall 6'1" guy, quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He go ahead, John.
Sure. This is going to be the first time ever in NFL history, and again, you know, it's all respect. You know what I'm going to say, but you know, people expect, you know, for whatever the reason, the stereotype black quarterbacks run. He's the first black quarterback who's a pocket passer, and I was watching him
solid in the pocket.
And again, you know, I'm an Ohio State guy. Guy has a cannon for an arm. You know, like, you know, his mobility, you know, when the pocket breaks down, not the best. You know, he's got to clean that up in the pros because, you know, so he reminds me of like Jared Goff, like a Jared Goff type of player. And I'm like, you know, that's not that bad being compared, but if that's your ceiling, what is your comp that, you know, you're entering the league. So I always do this, what you can become, but what is your floor? And I'm trying to find a right quarterback, but yeah, he's a pocket passing quarterback. And a lot of people are like, that's why, you know, he's up there, you know, in the top 10. And, you know, unfortunately, if you're more of a runner, you know, the NFL scouts, and I don't know if I'm a little bit too harsh, but they're very antiquated when it comes to
trust me. I dealt with that with Lamar here in Baltimore when he was drafted. Everyone called him a halfback, you know.
So
now, so you think?
Go ahead, David.
So you think the Panthers gonna pick up the guy from the Ohio State?
I think Stroud and Young are lock 1 and 2. It's not even a question. Levy's is 3, and then I think after that, Richardson has such potential. But my God, if he does not, he's one of those ones. If Richardson could clean up his footwork and stop sailing so many balls, he would absolutely, in my opinion, be in contention for this top 5 picks. I think any hype of Richardson being a top 10 quarterback in this draft is just that talk. Maybe a late first round I could see, but I think Richardson, in my opinion, is a second round guy. I think he has a lot of potential, but for me, it's no brainer. Stroud, Young, Levy's, but Stroud and Young interchangeable. I think any GM would be happy. Yeah. With either one. Wow. That's why I don't think they care. Like,
I don't like and like I remember like Richardson wasn't planning on running, but for whatever reason he changed his mind, and he had the fastest 40 as a quarterback. And during his pro day, I saw the highlights. I didn't see it live because I have the NFL Network for free, and like
I know that was so rough. Me too, man.
Like it's like they all said he has a Cam Newton body. Like that's the best way to describe, you know, his
like
body
6'5", 240, like,
you know,
monster, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He reminds me like a better version of, you know, like the way he runs. Like I'm not saying he's Jalen Hurts, but I think the best way to look at his running style is Malik Willis. His arm, like it's hard to tell because like he's had some good throws, but
he had a really good combine. But all the scouts said, "Don't let the combine." This is one of those guys you got to go watch the film. And I actually did. I watched not only his Georgia film because again I use Georgia as my benchmark for every team, but it was so easy to see how outclassed he was. I went and also watched the Tennessee Volunteer game he played. And that's again where like it frustrates me. He could be so good, but
so like he's a project. Like he's a project. You have to develop him, and even
he needs at least 1 year.
You need to find the right coach that is going to know how to use him. At the same time, develop and tweak his throwing style. And so, like, he's another like Ritter, Malik Willis, these guys who need a year to be a backup and learn and watch. So if he is drafted in the top 15, which a lot of people are probably saying he will, or if a team is desperate enough to move up, and say, for example, I'm trying to find a team that was in the playoffs, but their quarterback,
Minnesota,
probably, like
Kirk Cousins on the last part of his deal.
So that makes
last year,
and of
basically,
course,
yeah.
I know a Vikings content creator. Her name is Jade, and she said that Kevin O'Connell, drafted Kellen Mond. Don't be surprised if they move up and they can have like Kellen Mond and this guy Richardson, like battling after Kirk Cousins is done, his contract ends, or he goes somewhere else. So I think that's a team that might.
I only know that because Lamar was talked about going to, like, basically if they somehow got rid of Kirk, how Lamar could be the successor basically. And that's the only reason I know that they might be in the, like, case in point, if Richardson still is there, maybe sitting at like 22, 28, Baltimore's looking to move back, I could see a team just how Baltimore to use their second pick a long time ago to move up and get Lamar at the end of the first round. I could 100% see a team using that, all right, we don't really need this second round pick. We're good. Let's move up. And because me and Joe talked about on his show, that 5th-year option is so valuable for quarterbacks if you're going that route, basically. And again, the combine made Richardson look good. I rate every throw on, like, essentially it's a scale of 1 to 5 with maybe every once in a blue moon someone can get a 6. And like, if you look at my grades, Richardson was throw for throw at the combine with Stroud. He looked good, but the tape sets them apart. Stroud his tape looks so good, son. O'Connell didn't look bad, though. The Purdue kid you mentioned earlier, he actually looked pretty good as well. He didn't have very many negative grades.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be actually a pretty good. There's, of course, what you're going to have is those top 3 quarterbacks. After that, you're going to have like a few in the tier 2, and then like, like tier 2, you're going to have probably leading with Richardson, Bennett, and maybe I don't know. I feel like that's really Cunningham's in some of that mix. I've seen a lot about this kid Duggan. I'm not and Hainer. Of course, we talked about Duggan a minute ago, but the Hainer kid, I'm not as high on. I don't know. After that drops off.
I know a fan, who's a Fresno State fan. They are, like, I watch a lot of college football. Like, they show locally the Pac-12 because I'm from this region, and the Mountain West. The Pac-12 is way better than the Mountain West. The Mountain West are like leftovers that nobody wants in any other conference, so that's why that conference is there. But Hainer, I found out that he has some San Francisco ties. His mother is a longtime famous news reporter for, it's called KTVU, which is basically the Fox local broadcast here in San Francisco. And she's like a legend. She's been doing this since like the 90s when she was in her 20s. Now she's almost in her 50s. And I didn't know that she had a son who played, and he said that if he's drafted to the 49ers, he says, I'm going back home. So that's a little fun, little interesting. But I don't think he's going to be drafted to the Niners.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if y'all do take any more quarterbacks, like maybe really late, because y'all do have, like 10 picks, 11 picks this year?
11 picks. I think the Niners are going to trade like 4 of them because every team needs about, I think, like $7 million minimum to play
Yep.
to pay their rookies, and most of that money goes to the first rounders.
Yep.
So,
Oh, were you here when I made the prediction about for your second round to trading up for a second round pick?
no, like I left to have my dinner. I finished it early. Had me a quick pizza from this pizza place, and not that far. Make really good New York style pizza, delicious.
I've seen the right tackle. I'm trying to remember. Is Dajuan Howard of Ohio State falling into the late second round pick? And of course, when I asked earlier, everyone responded that right tackle was the number one draft need for the Niners. So I proposed that you package at least one of those third round picks, if not two, move up into the second round somewhere and take Dajuan Jones, however you pronounce his name. I think that would be a great pick for y'all, honestly. Dude's like 6'8", 350.
Yeah.
But he actually might struggle. After I thought about it, I did my research. He might struggle because if I'm not mistaken, y'all run a lot of zone outside schemes.
Yeah.
Which he might struggle with.
I know, like
I got it. I got to get out of here, gentlemen. I appreciate y'all for having me.
I kind of got it too. It's like 2:30 in the morning here.
Oh yeah, you live in the East Coast.
I'm so tired.
All right, guys, take her easy.
Yep. Have a good night, Corey. If you're, I know you've seen you on your phone for a minute.
Yeah, I'm just
He's checking out that website.
Yeah.
I'm glad for you, man. Thank you for having me on. I saw one as soon as I came in. I saw you posted the link, so I appreciate it.
Just before you go, I got one fast question. Like, so,
Yeah.
are you just a fan, or like, do you do like any like NFL stuff?
I mean, right now I'm just, more of a fan trying to do my own YouTube channel. I've always been like a super fan, like to the point I think I got banned from the Baltimore Ravens forums one time because and it wasn't that my votes, my comments were getting upvoted a lot by the fans, but I was just kind of critical of the head coach, and I guess they didn't like it.
Nice.
But I've met a lot of people across, like I've met Terrell Owens. I talked about earlier. I met Steve Mariucci. This hat right here is actually from Ron Hill, former vice president of NFL operations. I met him when I was younger. And I played a little like semi-pro football myself, and I joked about it, man. Y'all needed a kicker. I used to boot 40 yarders barefoot, man. Like, I don't know. It's just I want to have some career with football, and of course, I can't play probably anymore. So,
it's so weird. Like everyone who, I talk to, their football, they played college. I played professional baseball, not MLB, not AAA, single A. Like basically, for those who are like big skateboard fans, like Monster and those companies. Because my buddy's a pro skater, but he's like way at the bottom, like very, very low ranked here in the city.
Right.
And so if it wasn't for his Monster contract, he would basically be just a unemployed skater. So he's lucky. So there were companies that paid like adults who had baseball skills. So that's technically like a paid sponsorships league. So I was pretty good. Like at that level, I dominated, but I was never a minor league player. So I was very fortunate to do that. I coached baseball and football and basketball, even soccer.
I want to get more into coaching, honestly.
So, yeah. So I've been very fortunate that I've never had a real job.
Yeah, I kind of got into streaming. I'm sorry if keeping y'all. I got into streaming like really weird reasons. Like back in college, I'm telling you, man, I was trying to build a biofuel cell. I nicknamed it SHME. It's called the Solar Harvesting Mitochondrial Engine. And I spent years always trying to get my idea. I couldn't afford patents. So I started streaming literally to get those ideas. And then slowly my streams turned towards football because I'm like, no one's going to listen to me. And, like I talked about earlier, Grossi Posse rated me 4 different times this past season, and so it's like one of those ones I'm like, if I could have any career, I would be a scout for the Baltimore Ravens, to be honest.
Speaking of that, I actually had a scout who was the Buffalo Bills. He was an assistant, of one of the scouts. in the 49ers, and his father is one of the general manager's assistants in Seattle. And he told me this: if you want to be a scout, there are 3 criterias. One, you need to know football. 2, if you played football, that's good. But the biggest thing, if you're unmarried, they will pick you up. They will pick you up because you'll be traveling, going and watching football games.
Yep.
So that's
because you're basically assigned to like a region. So
Yeah.
you're covering like 8 states minimum usually. And the more you can actually go to the games from and that's the thing, like Baltimore used to be able where you could actually like apply for their scouting internship program, which no longer, like, you can't like apply for it. And I tried to actually recently reach out to them directly, and they sent me some BS response. And I'm like, how do I get my foot in the door here? Like, I got another idea I'm working on now. Do you know about NIL deals?
The what?
The NIL deals from college?
NIL deals?
Yeah, like where the college kids can make money now.
Oh yeah, California, they passed that a few years ago.
Yeah, y'all were the people that really.
The only reason why they passed it is, again, like I talk about Levi stadiums. Our governor, who used to be the mayor for San Francisco, he's a moron. He only did that for what he does. That's his job. I don't like talking about that stuff. He only did that so he can get reelected, and also they want to show how California blah blah
USC sponsors probably had some money donated too.
So after that, we have a friend who's an Oklahoma Sooner fan. His coach comes to USC. USC is going to the Big 12. And because of that, the Big 12 is like, if we play some games in California, and that's the only reason why they left, is that their players for a week, they can get some sponsor deals, all that stuff. So that's why, that's what happened. And, if other states are going to do that too, thank you very much, California, for your, stupidity. But I'm a person that's like, if you're going to be doing that, you got to do that for baseball, basketball, even women's sports. So
I think NCAA finally, is allowing it. But my thing was this: I found out, every state's different, but like for Florida, I can pay like $200 to $300. I can get an actual professional sports license to represent them. So, my idea is this, but just like we were talking about the brand, dude, getting brand deals for a lot of stuff, getting someone to sponsor you. Like I told someone this, if I went and found, I'm going back to school here in the fall, potentially at Florida Gulf Coast, who of course is in, had a team in the female bracket or whatever. And, these college athletes. So if I got a deal, let's say from GNC, for example, that paid each of these kids $1,000 a month to, do brand endorsement, which is really cheap. I don't know if you've ever seen how much nil money is running right now. It's absolutely ridiculous. Kids are literally getting $50,000 cars. But so then, as an agent, you get maybe 10% of that, if that. So my thought was this: you got 10 kids that are making 1,000, you get 10%, that's 100 each. That's $1,000 a month from just maintaining contracts, essentially. Being like, hey, are you doing your TikTok video?
Yeah.
Hey, make sure you're posting this.
Yeah, my old job, the San Francisco baseball Giants have a thing called the Junior Giants. And I was an employee, of course I played, as a youth. I grew up in that system. That's how I got my love for baseball. But I became the regional city manager for the recreation and parks in San Francisco. And I had to go to those Giants meetings, and they would give us a grant. Basically, they would give us about $15,000, our discretion, for us. And the thing that I did with that money was I invested in the kids. And one of the things that I invested with them was creating these seasonal 6-week jobs for parents. So I invested it in the parents, and I was able to help these people. Plus, with the recreation, we also have some city funds. We were able to create something so big, and we basically took the money. We rented out one of the parks because even though it's run by the city, we have to save it because other companies and corporations and little businesses that run sports, because like there's a lot of private sports companies that are city based, so you have to reserve areas so we reserved that entire area, and every week basically we created an educational baseball forum, and we taught people how to do baseball stuff, and we took baseball and we used it as a tool for outside. We taught people like who needed jobs, first time workers wanting to get into the sports business, enter with us. So the Giants did a lot for us, and we basically took their little grant that they gave us and we invested it. Of course, because it's a city agency, the city does have to get their cut. So overall, like when I ran it to basically create a 6-week program for kids to play baseball and for them at the same time. So, and we found out kids' interest. So we taught them to take what you love and turn it into something when you get older and, create something about it. So it was fun. It was really, really fun. Again, I was blessed to do what I did.
I talk to people about this. Me and my girlfriend, actually, we met at the YMCA working with kids. Like I worked with 7 and older. She worked with 7 and under, basically. And when I stress it to everyone, inspiring kids is so important. Giving them something like to look up to, a goal, like, I was testing my foot out the other day, and the kid we work with, I punted the ball, a basketball. I put that thing like probably about 40 yards, but I kept my 3-second hang time. That kid spent the entire day kicking a ball because he just was like, how'd you do that? I said, you got to practice a lot, man. You just got to sit here and practice and practice and practice. And sure enough, that kid just sat there all day working on kicking that ball. Mm-hmm. And I've got my issues with Ray Lewis, but I love Ray Lewis. I used to literally have one of his speeches on my playlist when I went to the gym, and he's got one speech. I'm telling you, if you ever got extra time, he gave an impromptu speech to some kids at a youth center in Baltimore. And he tells them, man, you got to just figure out what you want to do in life when you're young and just go do it every day though. And I'm such a big believer in that. I don't know. I wish I could still play sports, but I know I won't be able to. And I wish I could get back into it. I actually know someone here, the wife of a scout, I think for who's Arizona's team in MLB? I can't even remember right now. I think he's a scout for them, but that dude is gone literally at least 6 months out of the year. And I live literally within walking distance of the Red Sox spring training place. The Twins are right down the road from me. I live right down here in real Southwest Florida. So that all just wrapped up, man. Dude, I'm so glad because traffic's been nuts here because all this, because all the scouts are here basically.
Yeah.
Let's see what else y'all just talk. Oh, you were saying about kids. I worked for the YMCA.
Did you really?
In Richmond, California. We had school sites on. We had programs on each school, about 9 different school sites. A before and after school program.
I tell people I actually wrote a sociology paper saying I feel like people should kind of all at some point in their life work with kids because some people are just gonna let it go, but I don't know, man. I miss those kids. I had some kids, because you probably know at the YMCA, a lot of these kids aren't coming from the best situations. They're there on United Way grants, half of them.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man, just the ability to change a lot. And I know my kids hadn't had a male counselor in God knows how many years. Case in point, none of the counselors before me would even go and swim with the kids. dude, they were mind blown the first day I got in the pool with them. You know, like I don't know. I told every one of those kids, I hope one day you come back and you can just brag in Mr. Levi's face and tell me how successful you are. That's all I want for y'all. Like,
yep.
Yeah,
one.
But they were paying me $7.25 an hour at 20 hours a week.
Yeah, I had one kid that looked up to me. He did everything I did. So I cut my hair. He had to go get his hair cut, just like mine. And I'm like, brother, go do something. Be yourself. Don't be like me. You know?
Yeah, I had one little girl, and it's kind of funny. Her name's Caitlin, and it was, that's my girlfriend's name. But there would be one day a week I was still in college, and I would arrive late just to everything. And I don't know what was going on, but this little girl, I don't think her dad was like in the picture. I don't know what happened, but just one day, like I get there, and the kids see me walking, and they're usually losing their minds, which I'm like trying to usually sneak so they're not. This kid, she literally blows out the door, which already I'm like, oh my God, no, we can't have kids just running out the doors. But she runs out, just latches on to me, hugs me, and I'm just like carrying her in. And she's like, she literally is just like, you smell like my dad. I miss my dad. And I'm like literally like about to cry. And I'm like, this poor little kid, like just heartbreaking. Like,
I remember
miss my kids.
I remember we went on a field trip, and we was at Great America Marine World. It's a fun place in Vallejo, and we went into this gift store. So I said, kids got money, they can buy some gifts for them, or something for themselves or something. And they go tell the store clerk that I'm their daddy. And I'm like, and then the store clerk, when I come up there and said, these are your children? I'm like, what you mean all my children? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I said, I'm their teacher. He said, no, they told you the daddy. I looked at them like, you kids. You know I can
smart
be your
Alex
daddy.
in your group.
I said, you know I can't be your daddy because all y'all same age, the same age group. There's no way.
I adopted them all. They're all
adopted them all. And I said, we all different kind of race. So I said, how you gonna believe that lady? That I'll be their father. Well, you could adopt them all. I said, well, yeah. But nah.
I love kids, but not that much.
And then I remember we went on a field trip. Not field trip. We went, our site closed. We had to go to another site. And at Perry's site, all the kids played sports. All of them. Girls and boys. It was no, I don't play that. They played. The girls played football with us, and the boys, it was like every season. So we went to another site, and they was that kind of orientated. And the 5th and 6th graders talking Met, 5th and 4th and 6th graders talking Met, said, oh, you guys, and I only had like 1st graders and kindergarten and 2nd graders. I said, oh, these kindergarten, 1st graders, 6th graders will beat y'all in football. They're like, no, they won't. I said, yes, they will. And so, and they did, because they listened. All the older kids wanted to do was go deep. The little ones listened, said, go up 5 yards, take
them apart,
and run.
Take them apart.
And they just kept on driving down the field, and it's touchdown.
And them older kids got mad then too, and then they probably started making more mistakes.
Yep. And they was like, and then I told the little kids, I told them, I said, what you gonna do? You know you can't outrun. I mean, you can't keep up with them. Go about 10, 15 yards, go down to the end zone. They gonna run all the way down there. You know the kids ain't gonna know to stop in the middle of the field, stop. Because they like deep passes. So just go down and wait. They did. Interception.
Yeah, I had, of course, because like I said, they hadn't had a male counselor for years before I got there. And as soon as I got there, the one lady was like, "I'm telling you, watch these boys. That's my troublemaker." And so my first day, I had never really worked with kids. I was like, kind of just took a step back and just really watched people. And I have had experience at this point though, like when in the airlines, I was a ground security coordinator. So I've had a little bit of profiling experience and stuff. So I'm watching these kids, I've always enjoyed people watching. And I quickly found out my oldest boy, who they labeled the troublemaker, he wasn't the troublemaker, just everyone was messing with him. And of course the teachers weren't doing nothing. And so I had to sit him down and, I'm like, hey man, I see it. Like, I'm telling you, I see it, but here's the problem. You bigger than them, you hit them, that's what's getting caught. That's why you're in trouble. I'm telling you, I'll be your guy. Tell me when they're messing with you. I'll put a stop to it. And real quick, my boys went from troublemakers to, and again, talking about the inspiration thing, I actually, I'm about 6'3". I'm like in NBA prospects, I'm a small point guard. But again, because I played football, I actually have a pretty good vertical. I had to cheat a little bit. I couldn't use a real basketball. I had to use a smaller ball. But when I was at the Y, I showed them one day. I went out there with the small ball and I was able to dunk. Again, not a full basketball. If it was a full basketball, I would eat rim all day. Never been able to actually dunk with a real basketball. Let's get that clear. But dude, I'm telling you, just them watching me do that, because again, they hadn't had much time in the gym. They talked about every day how they wanted to go to the gym. I had one kid that would literally do other kids' home, because I had a rule. All right, guys, we can never go to the gym until everyone's got homework done. And I caught one of my kid doing 5 other kids' homeworks just so he could get to the gym faster.
Yep.
And of course, that was my oldest kid, really smart kid. And I'm like, I'm telling you, that kid is going places.
So I'm about to hop off in a minute, but I wanted to piggyback something you said. Those kids, that they get labeled a troublemaker. That story reminds me of myself. I'm not a very tall person. I am, barely 5'6". And when I was a kid, I grew up in a rough neighborhood, I was one of the rare lighted, I wouldn't say white, because I don't know what I am, but I was not a black kid, and I grew up in a tough neighborhood. So you had to learn how to fight. So kids would, give me a hard time because I wasn't tall. I didn't like, things. Oh, you do old people stuff, like watch sports, So I hated that. So I would get a reputation that, I would use my fist to resolve every problem, because my grandfather, which is, why it says John Jay, it's a little acronym for my grandfather's name. I was named after him. But he told me, was like, John, sometimes you have to defend yourself. And I took what my grandfather said.
A bully.
I took what my grandfather says. Well, my grandfather gives me permission to hurt people. And my grandfather would tell the teachers, John, takes everything literal. So when you tell him to defend himself, or, he would go a little bit too far. So when I grew up, I was a bad kid, and every bad thing that happened, like my friends would do it. My grandfather was like, John, come over here, and he would tell me, don't worry, you're not in trouble. But all the other adults was like, John, this had to be your fault.
I was literally the exact same way. Actually, again, like I said, I'm 6'3" now, but going into my junior year, I was 5'5" and 160 pounds. I literally shot up over one summer. And so actually why I have knee issues. But I was the same way. I used to always fight, when I was younger.
I luckily I got put in anger management at one point, and eventually I was like, I don't want to do anything but get good grades so I can play sports. And that was like my entire life at one point, like, you know. But I remember my mom was a middle school substitute teacher, and I had a kid that bullied the crap out of me in middle school. He had failed his grade twice before. You know, so he was a high schooler in middle school beating on us, and no one would do anything. And my mom looked at me one day and says, here's the deal. If he walks in this lunch and he puts his hands on you, and we still had those old metal trays, she's like, I give you full permission to take that tray and beat his face until that little that square is indented his face. And when they suspend you, we're going out for pizza. My mom told them that she gave that same permission to me. He was removed from every class and every potential exposure with me, and I never saw him again. Problem solved.
All right,
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
All right, Corey. I'll see you tomorrow. I got to be up in the morning.
Yep. Have a good night, John Jay.
Yeah.
Dom, I have a question.
Yeah.
You ever experienced this? Like, I was coming to substitute this one school because they needed, and I'm in there in the room. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, and the parent walks in, and I go put my hands out to shake her hand or introduce myself. Say, "Hi, I'm Corey," and today I'm. And you know what that parent did?
What?
Parent said, no way. A man's gonna be my daughter's teacher.
Yeah. Oh no, one of those.
Closed the door and walked out. And I'm like, man, you ain't gonna even give me a chance. You ain't gonna even say.
Mm-hmm. I've worked at a few places where I had to take extra classes where they would basically talk about, the prejudice of men in childcare. And there was I've had a few instances where, my girlfriend worked at one place, and, like they had just hired like someone else's roommate, all this stuff, other family members. But it wasn't even for teaching. They needed someone just to do cooking duties, which, I love cooking. I had actually done it at another place locally in the area before. And they literally looked at us in the face and were like, we don't hire men. Just straight to my face. And I was like, okay. And then, constantly talked about, oh man, it'd be nice if there was a man in these kids' lives.
Yeah,
and then literally like, no, we don't hire men.
Yeah, it was like I experienced that, and I'm like, man. And but the funny thing was, her teacher is a man. Her main teacher is a man.
I just don't understand it. Like,
I understand the things that men get, I had this one. Now he's a college professor. He was a college professor, and he said, "You men should not be teachers of children." I'm looking at him like, "You're a teacher."
The hypocrisy, sir.
You're a teacher, so how can you sit there and stand there and say that, and you're a teacher?
Mm-hmm. Did he have any argument for that?
No. He was like, be quiet.
I've had a few teachers like that in my life, honestly. Sadly, but they weren't as much as sexist. I hate to say it. I grew up in the South. They were extremely racist. Like, I told Joe this, but I've heard some of the absolute most horrid things I've ever heard in my life growing up in the South. I think what it is because I'm red hair, blue eyes, pale as crap. They are all like, oh, he's one of us. And I'm like, I hate all you people. Like, you're all horrible human beings. And this is how I know racism is still alive and well, because y'all are all comfortable as shit saying this around me. But and I had one, I'm telling you, he was a politics teacher, and he was so brazen and bold. He's like, I don't care what you say. you're probably gonna think this is racist, and they've reported me year after year for saying this, and I'm still here. And I'm like, I bet you are, good old boy. Like,
Yeah, I was like, yeah, men being around kids have to be more than the women.
and it's breaking the stereotype and the mold,
Yep.
like, that women take care of children, and psychological studies have shown just how, like, when women go through actual, like, changes psychologically and neurologically when they have a child, men, not the same, but can go through similar things. So it's like men can be maternal. But yeah, I've dealt with that bias a good bit myself as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I know it's time for you to go.
Yeah, I gotta go.
It's 2:30.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. over here now. My girlfriend just looked at me. But it was a pleasure, Corey.
Yeah.
I enjoy talking to you.
All right. Have a good
You as well, sir.
Morning,
and,
night.
Yep. And continue good luck with the stream. When are you doing the trivia? Is that tomorrow or
tomorrow, 8:00?
Well, I guess technically today.
Yep. Yeah, today.
But
tonight for me, for tomorrow for you.
Yep. Get
today
you some sleep, and I'll try to come in tomorrow if I can.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Okay. Had a good long 4-hour show today. As you see, I had put my website. I'm still got to learn how to use it and do it and stuff. So it's gonna take me some time. I'm gonna probably need No Border Sports help, or try to bring my niece to come help me, where I could know where to put it and get to it without have a good Wednesday night. See y'all Thursday. Yes, at Thursday at 8:00, I'll be doing 49ers trivia. Tonight we did Giants trivia. Tomorrow I'm doing 49ers trivia. Have a good night. Thank you for everybody that came in. Thank you. And I enjoyed this show. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you. I have real fun doing this. And it's just fun. And I love doing it. Enjoy.